That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting, say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl, somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature, that mean extorted it. They forging it, if news ain't good informants who informing them. There's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this, we porting ships important. Yes, of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
Oh, hey, what's up, guys? I'm sorry I'm late, guys. I'm sorry. I had some technical difficulties. My internet was like tripping out super hard. Like at first, my download and upload speed went to like crazy low numbers, and it just wasn't working at all. It wasn't connecting at all. Then it was saying connected, nothing would load, and I had to keep messing with it. But here we are. Now the internet's back on. I'm back to 300 upload and download speeds. We're gonna be all right. Crazy latency. Hopefully it's not bad. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. But yeah. All right. We're good to go. So let's just check it out. So the United States of America. Your audio track's way off from your video. Hey, that sucks. I'll have to figure it out. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so let's just break down like what the United States is and back in sync now. Okay, cool. I don't know what's going on, but the gravy's got to get out there. The people are starving. But the people are starving. Okay. So quick introduction. What are the United States of America? I'm sure a lot of y'all have heard me point this part out, but of course there were 13 original colonies, and this is because, Osiris, the man of many names of Gilgamesh, Apollo, Nimrod, he was dismembered into 14 pieces, but only 13 of the pieces were found, right? And then Isis, his wife/mother, because that's not weird, put him back together, because that's not weird, couldn't find his penis, so decided to imitate one out of gold and impregnate herself, because that's not weird. So anyway, that's what the 13 colonies symbolize. And then, well, of course, you have the Washington Monument, which is representative of his penis. What weirdos, am I right? So I want to cover some of the stuff that's in Washington. That's very blatantly like Gnostic, occultic, little like religious expressions that no one even knows, just sitting right in front of us. Like, who is George Washington? What's up with the, the street patterns in Washington D.C., et cetera, et cetera. There's no way I can fully break down the spell that is the United States in one stream. We're just going to cover some of the basics. They say the first president was George Washington, first president of the United States. There's this misnomer that America is a Christian country, like to this day. Let's get back to our Christian roots. But our roots aren't Christian. And what does that word even mean? It means to follow Christ. Christ is a title, and the word Christian was come up with derogatory term to make fun of those that followed Yeshua. But nevertheless, let's get back to our Christian roots. Well, that's an impossible task because our roots don't have anything to do with Yeshua. The founding fathers hated him. So, for example, there's like these pictures that go around of George Washington like praying. George Washington did not go to church and pray. He would occasionally go to a church, and then they would take communion, and he'd refuse to take part, and he would just sneak off and leave. It got to where the preacher ended up having to have a talk with him, and he's like, okay, I'll never do it again. And then he just stops going to church, certainly when it was the week of communion or whatever, like every time. He refused to pray to Yeshua, actually. Even said as much. So he didn't believe in the scriptures. He was like a creepy little Mason, and he had a Gnostic belief system and thought he was a special boy. No, Arthur, you don't know what you're talking about. The founding fathers were Christians, as they owned other human beings. All right. So anyway, it's going to ruffle a lot of feathers. It's going to ruffle the feathers of all the based people, because I'm calling out that the founding fathers suck and were racist. They're like, oh, dude, were you some type of leftist? No, I'm just not a big fan of slavery. It just doesn't really tickle my fancy. I don't think I need to like revere somebody for enslaving other people. Like, what a bunch of weirdos. All right, let's check one thing out when it comes to this little grabbler, George Washington. Let's see here. All right, we're going to listen to this guy break it down. This is Midnight Ride. This dude's pretty cool.
Look at George Washington, for instance. This man, when you look at the way they deified him, and we're going to talk a little bit about that at the Rotunda and the Apotheosis of Washington. But one of the only people in the world that has had this monument, such a big monument, named after him, after Bell's penis shaft, and I shouldn't have said that, I guess, I don't know, beep for any kids that are listening or whatever, but this shaft, he was a big deal. I mean, this guy was not just your average, whatever. This guy was a big, huge deal to this country. He was the founding father that the architects had set up for this to happen. And so when we look at the Rotunda, for instance, and I'll go into this a little bit at our Capitol building. Let me get to this next slide here. There we go. Wrong way. There we go. All right. Hopefully you guys can see that. So when we got the Apotheosis of Washington, it's this is a fresco painted by it's a Greek Italian artist, and his name was Constantino, I believe.
Oh, look, guys! Look at the Christian who had. This guy's a Christian. You didn't know? This guy right here with his hand up in the air. This guy's a Christian, dude. That's why he's got all of the gods of Bel up there with him in his version of heaven. So he died and he ascended to a godlike state and was put on top of this dome, which is resembling the firmament. And all the gods up there are the gods of Bel. But yeah, this guy was a Christian because he prayed to God for America. I promise. It's so stupid, dude. If you just guys, if you just read like witness testimony of people that knew him, they're like, he wasn't a Christian. What are you talking about? Like, he hated praying to God. He hated God. He's not a Christian. Like, all the people around him constantly, it was obvious that he wasn't a Christian. Honestly, the fact that this is like a surprise to people, plus the dude, we were told in school that he was some type of hero and he had wooden teeth or whatever. Well, really, the whole ordeal and story about his teeth was that he would just compile his own teeth with like teeth of other people. So like he'd have a slave. I like that guy's front tooth. He would just take it and put it in his own mouth. That's real. That dude was a psychopath, bro. Like, there's no doubt that he had hand cramps. He's a Luciferian psycho. So please don't defend this guy. Moving on. Yeah, I'm such a Christian. I just want to be put on a big selling painting and engraved image with the gods of Bel's council. Look at all the Roman gods and polytheistic representations of the Gnostic belief system must have something to do with Yeshua. The guy, he couldn't even stand to be in the same vicinity as people celebrating. Checks out.
Of Washington. It's the this is a fresco painted by it's a Greek Italian artist, and his name was Constantino, I believe, Constantino Brumidi, if I'm pronouncing that right, and he did that in 1865, and it's invisible through the oculus of the dome in the rotunda in the United States building. It's right there, so anybody that's ever been inside there and seen that is a pretty amazing, fantastic sight, and just amazing artwork, really well done. Obviously, we're talking a little bit about what it represents, but you would think that it means like, oh, George Washington's up in heaven now, hanging out with God and the angels. But when you take a closer look at what we're talking about here, you'll see that that's actually not the case. The Apotheosis actually depicts George Washington sitting among the heavens in an exalted manner, and he basically...
just in case you don't know, this is in Washington, D.C., the Apotheosis of George Washington. Apotheosis defined the highest point in the development of something, culmination or climax, as it applies to oneself, transmutation, alchemy of oneself, to the ultimate highest point of development of spirituality or metaphysical nature, i.e., the culmination or climax of godhood. Okay, so it's titled like the godhood of George Washington. Okay, let's continue.
Manner, and he basically, this is him ascending and becoming a god. That's what apotheosis means, and he was the first one in the United States to have this done. I know that there was others as well, but the depiction, this depiction right here, is popular among esoteric cultures. If you look in this next slide here, you will see that in the Tibetans and even in Roman culture with what is this guy that looks supposed to be Jesus or whatever he's supposed to be, you have this rainbow type thing. You see this rainbow either surrounding their feet. If you can look at Washington, he kind of has a rainbow at his feet. You can't see it in this picture that I have here, but if you look at the whole picture, then you have the same kind of stuff going on throughout these cultures. This is considered an apotheosis. This person has raised himself or herself to godlike status or ascended master type status, if you prefer that term, because if you look back at some of the shows that we've done on the Ascended Masters or the Great White Brotherhood or any of those shows, you'll kind of see what we're talking about here. But this is the belief in this Gnostic kind of belief that we can ascend to godlike status because it is within us to become gods. And this is obviously the lie that goes way back to the Garden of Eden. But as Israel has done many, many times in the past, every culture They go from, worshiping God all the way into Baal worship, right? This is the common God that always happens. It always happens. The people who are worshiping God, they go to Baal worship. God judges them. Worshiping God, go to Baal worship. God judges them. This is what's going on in our country, and it started, like David said, in 1776. Even before that, when the Freemasons and the Templars came over to scout this area, to plan their plan, when Bacon wrote his book. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the apotheosis, and I'll hand it over to you, David, because I know you did some slides on that as well. And so let me go to this next one. So here we have, so let me go to this next one.
Guys, I mean, what is this right here? What is this creepy, as above, so below? It's been used for ages. You guys want to get upset that we're going to call out this little creepy grappler that wears wigs and wore random people's teeth in his mouth? Are we serious? As above, so below. Why does this dude have a whole freaking engraving about him and a whole painting? I mean, come on, dude. Basically called the godhood of George Washington, as above, so below, the Baphomet sign of duality, of Gnosticism. It blows my mind that there are still people in 2020 that think that the founding fathers were Christians and we need to get back to our Christian roots. It's preposterous. America was a corporation, an extension of royal family. And it was all founded and engineered around Osiris and the ultimate idea of his resurrection. It isn't even complicated.
So here we have this circle of the gate of 72 stars. If you look around the outside there, you'll see 72 stars that surround this gate, stargate, portal, this apotheosis depiction here. And 72 is a very powerful number in esoteric numbers. And this corresponds in the mysteries. 72 represents.
Someone said, could it be he married a dude? I'm not going to make any claims, but he didn't have any children, so.
The number of years on 1 degree of the zodiacal age. Manly P. Hall in the Secret Destiny of America said that it has an interesting interpretation of the 72 stones in the pyramid of the Great Seal, and he sees them corresponding to the 72 arrangements of the Tetragrammaton and the 4-letter name of God in Hebrew. And these 4 letters can be combined in 72 combinations and resulting in what is called the Shem Ham Foresh, which represents in turn the law, powers, energy, and nature which man's perfection is achieved. And also you can look at there are a lot of different ideas for the 72. We have the demons, in the Solomon's key that Solomon controlled. You have all these different things.
Oh,
and
the 72 demons that Solomon controlled. Oh, that probably has nothing to do with it, though, right? This guy's a Christian, Austin. Make America great again, even though MAGA is literally the top freaking level of a Satanist priesthood. Guys, we covered this. I don't know if y'all are all here. MAGA is the top level of satanic priesthood. It's just a coincidence, Austin. But Austin, Donald, the Don, he just wants to make America great again. It's just a coincidence that the acronym is the top level of a satanic priesthood. It's just a coincidence. Come on, Austin. America. Like, you people, bro, you got some kind of blind devotion to this country. You need to chill. We slaughtered the sacred cows here, I guess. Every once in a while, I read a chat in the text. I'm just like, it's so disheartening. It's like, oh my gosh, bro. In a world.
You have all these different things. And surrounding Washington are not Jesus, God, Paul, and Moses, and all these different people surrounding Washington.
Make America Great Britain again.
People surrounding Washington, are Poseidon, Atlantis.
But Austin, Trump said the Bible means a lot to him. Yeah, I bet the Bible means a lot to Lucifer. But trust the plan, Austin. Thanks for the diamond. And I'll pass, bro. I'll pass. No despair, bear. The plane can kick rocks.
Washington, excuse me, are
Look at all these are the creepiest freaking paintings, dude. What's this symbolize? Oh, pharmakia, the symbol for pharmakia.
Poseidon, Atlantis, Mercury, Vulcan, all those gods synonymous with alchemy. And if you look at all those different ones, they are synonymous with that. And underneath this, okay, so you have this, if you drew this vertical line going from the very top all the way down to the bottom, you'll see at the very bottom there, you'll see this golden dot at the center of the rotunda. And then through a star in a large circular room called the crypt is beneath the rotunda. And the Latin word crypta means hidden or secret. And a crypt is usually found in cemeteries. It's under public religious buildings like churches. We've been in a crypt over in a Jesuit establishment, David and Vincennes. And it's usually found in cemeteries, like I said, or under churches. But it's also a burial place and also an importantly a meeting place. This is a meeting place where people will see. And here's this next slide. You'll see the actual crypt here. This is the entrance to Washington's tomb. Is one lady who located one story. This is a blurry picture, but that is his tomb beneath the crypt. And the tomb is obviously empty. He's buried in Mount.
Is this not weird to anyone? This isn't weird to anybody. Did anyone know that this exists? There's nothing weird here. The deification of a creepy grabbler that wasn't even actually the first president. And then now he's supposedly buried here, but he isn't here. Okay. Wonder what that represents. I wonder what an empty burial tomb represents or is mocking. Which pushed another coincidence, Austin.
This next slide, you'll see the actual crypt here. This is the entrance to Washington's tomb. Is one lady who located one story. And this is a blurry picture, but that is his tomb beneath the crypt. And the tomb is obviously empty. He's buried in Mount Vernon, which is interesting symbolism that it is empty. But that's kind of what I got about the rotunda there, David. So
yeah, and there's you can't miss the symbolism there. Washington is not, the old joke, who's buried in Grant's tomb? Well, who's buried in Washington's tomb? Well, it's not Washington. He's not there. Well, where is he? Well, look at the top of the rotunda. He's floating up in the sky there in the divine council of Baal. And this is the obvious symbolism of the resurrection. And this really speaks volumes to people in esoteric societies. And this is the same way that they did with Albert Pike. Albert Pike was buried in Oak Hill Cemetery. And then in 1944, his body was moved to the House of the Temple, symbolic of the raising of George Washington, the raising of Albert Pike, the raising of the Freemason to become a god, realizing the God that was in you. The symbolism here is very, very powerful with the Freemason. And you can't miss it. You can't miss it.
You can't miss it, guys. It's right there, right in front of you. You just don't miss it. Yeah, guys, you can see I've changed the location of the stream. So, yeah. I don't know what y'all think about the background. Someone gave me a great idea. So I had to go get some apple juice. Hear that? That's the sound of delicious. What's up, guys? My chat's funny, man. All right, so we covered just a bit of the creepy grabber that is George Washington, right? You, of course, heard the other name at the end of that. This creepy grabbler, Albert Pike, the only Confederate soldier to have a statue outside in Washington, D.C. I mean, this dude is just such a creepy grabbler. Let's just read some of the things he had to say. What we have done for ourselves alone dies with us. What we have done for others in the world remains and is immortal. Of course, he wrote Morals and Dogma, quite an infamous book. And it straight up tells you in the book the Earth's a plane. 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemasonic philosopher Albert Pike had written about the meaning of the square base of the great Egyptian pyramid. The Gnostics claimed that the whole edifice of their science rested on a square whose angles were silence, profundity, intelligence, and truth. See Morals and Dogma. There's nothing weird about that at all, bro. I bet he just wanted freedom. I would donate on Dlive because I know how you feel about the super chats in here, but I can't see the chat or anything like that on there. Dang, bro, I'm not sure what's going on. Try to exit out and refresh or even maybe re-download the app. I don't know if you're using the app or the browser. But thank you for the super chat, my man. Much appreciated. You're the man. Let's see what else this little creepy graveler has to say. This is, again, the only Confederate soldier to have a statue outside Washington, D.C. Why? It was probably because he's a Christian. Pike described in a letter that he wrote to Mazzini, dated August 15th, 1871. This letter graphically outlined plans for 3 world wars that were seen as necessary. I'm sure y'all have seen that. All right, I think y'all get it. This dude's just a creepy little graveler, bro. And he's so weird. But, you know, when it comes to America, that means you're basically a hero. So let's check out what your boy, the Antichrist, has to say about some of these. Actually, let me break this down for you guys, too. While I look this up. All right, so you are to have no engraven images. Isn't that right, guys? So what is all this stuff in Washington, D.C.? Skirt. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that's in the water underneath the earth. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Oh, so I probably know a good way to represent that we're a Christian country would be to flood the entire Capitol with graven images of someone who thought that he was a god. I don't even see, honestly, at this point, how people don't know how preposterous it is to claim some type of, like, spiritual, like, ethical, moral high ground when it comes to America. God, what a freaking clown world. But let's check this out. All right. So you are to have no graven images. All right. So outside of the fact that the creepy little graveler Washington, the godhood of Washington monument that has a dome representing the firmament, decides because when George Washington dies and he goes to heaven, he goes up towards the dome. So then they print him on a dome in the Council of the Gods of Bel with the polytheistic representations of pagan gods. And then people show a picture of him on his knee praying and say he was a Christian. And then all the people around him, including the preacher and everyone that knew him, said he was never seen on a knee praying. Ever. 3 different people said they never saw him get on a knee and pray. Ever. Not one time ever. So it's not like he did it every week and the painter was like, I want to paint my boy George in his daily routine where he prays to God. He never prayed to God. And this is not just Austin saying this. This is all the people that knew him. The real question should be, if there's nothing weird here, if we're not about to get to the bottom of anything weird, Why would they lie to you? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? All right, let's check this out. In a world.
Material of the statue represents the heritage and culture of a people, hence why the Grecian and Roman empires share the same material of the statue. Please, allow me to take you on a tour of Washington, D.C. Let's take a look at the architecture and the monuments preserved in our capital city. While watching, ask yourself this question. Are these Christian symbols or pagan symbols?
I mean, guys, surely everyone knows this is clearly just a shout out to the Greek Parthenon. That's what this is. So, equal justice under law. What law? What law is that? Is it the natural law of attraction? Guys, this is so weird. It's like there's such a blind spot here for people. It blows my mind. What are all these people up here doing, right? And then this pillar is symbolic of knowledge. So this is all symbolic of the Greek mystery schools that makes up the little occultic groups, dude. That's what this is talking about. Those creepy grabblers. Oh, sodomite confirmed. What is he doing? Why are we building statues of people? Oh, did the Greeks build the Parthenon? Probably not, to be honest. You see the lights at the top of Nimrod's penis here. So of course you got the pyramid illumination at the top. As above, so below, right here, Washington Monument, right in front of you. Again, the Apotheosis of Washington, or the Godhood of Washington, the ultimate enlightened state. He's literally doing the as above, so below sign. Then the Washington Monument is intentionally set up to where when you view it, it will have an inverse image. Oh, a temple to the pagan goddess of Athena. Oh. Yeah, that's probably Christian. I mean, dude, you guys, do you guys not realize how creepy this freaking country is, dude? Like, I've sworn upon what? You sworn upon what? We're not supposed to swear any oath. So these are Christians, though. I've sworn upon the Grabbler Book of Grabylonians. It just builds dark statues of people, all encompassed in domes. The stupid Americans won't know what we're building this for. They'll think it's for God.
You walk into the Capitol building, you look up, and what do you see in the dome? You see this thing called the Apotheosis of George Washington. Now, if you really was a Christian, like so many people say, all you gotta do is look up and see the heaven that George Washington is ascending into, which is painted on this massive mural, and he's surrounded by all the pagan gods. You say, well, why on earth, if Washington was a Christian, why would he be getting deified in the first place into a god? That's what the word apotheosis means. Literally, Washington becoming a god.
Signs of the pagan zodiac. Oh, this is probably Christian. The Court of Neptune. That's probably Christian, huh, guys? Oh, the Court of King Neptune. Oh, this is Christians, guys. This is in Washington, D.C. because America is a Christian country. What a weirdo. You're a weirdo, dude. You're not even bad. Oh, yeah, let's build a statue of Neptune out front. Is that a snake? Guys, that is wildly weird. Guys, you live in an occultic country. Let's just move on. I showed you guys the other day. What does the actual word America mean? I spelled that wrong. Wow. Anyway, America means work ruler when you actually get to it. And it's hard to find anything nowadays but Clown World. Okay, no one cares. American is the etymology of America is work ruler, ruler. What's the president of America then? Sitting before the work ruler. This is Lucifer, this is Satan. Okay. We don't really need to get to the united bit. That one's obvious. Actually, what we can do, though, see if we get anything gravy out of this. Oh, so we have the United States, the estate of the work ruler. Yeah, we got the United Estates. Yeah. Owned land of the work ruler, which is Satan and Lucifer. And so what we'll do is we'll build a fountain of Neptune. Because we're Christians. We're Christians around here. What a video. Hey, freestyle. Bunch of creepy grabblers. Yeah, claim to love God. Yeah, really they lying. Yeah, really they frauds. Alright, let's watch this video. Let's see. Let's break down all the wizardry in the United States freaking capital. Oh, Martin Luther King's little Grabbler wizard spell. I have a dream speech. Cool story. Cool story. Let me guess. Some of y'all are the diet woke guys that are still offended that I can call out MLK. Well, he was pretty clearly a sodomite little wizard. On the memorial wall are the names of all the servicemen that were duped into fighting on behalf of a noble ideal known as freedom, a principle that has eluded the United States since its very origin. This wall has the names of the mass sacrifice committed by occultic little grabblers. This entire place was built for Osiris to come back, dude. Oh, look, another memorial of mass sacrifice. This is all the memorials are about the mass sacrifices. That's what they're. It's really weird, guys. It's really creepy. If you really want to step back for a second and say, what does America represent? What's the United States of America? What does Washington D.C. represent? What's everything in Washington D.C. represent? You'll start to understand this is a very dark and morbid occultic religion, and it's about the resurrection of Nimrod. Mr. Anderson saying the reflecting pool is the moon, aka Isis, aka Semiramis. That's pretty interesting, right? So you have Osiris's phallic symbol, and then the reflection being Isis. Ooh, this could get real deep with the symbology, right? So do I have the picture? So we got Osiris up here, and then we got water representing the fertility of Isis. Yeah, we break spells over here, bro. Moving on. In a world. I mean, how is this not weird exactly? Which part of this exactly is it that isn't weird? They who seek to establish systems of government based on the regimentation of all human beings by a handful of individual rulers call this a new order. It is not new, and it is not order. This isn't weird. They who seek to establish systems of government based on the regimentation of all human beings by a handful of individual rulers call this a new order. It is not new, and it is not order. What a weirdo, bro. I know what I'll do. Let me put my cloak on. Make a statue of me. I'm going to talk about how all human beings should be ruled over by a group of a handful of individual rulers. But what does America mean? Work ruler. Who is the ruler of works? Who is the grand architect? Oh, America. Working or sitting before president, sitting before the work ruler. Let's wear a creepy cloak and talk about how a handful of individual rulers should rule the entire human race. Osiris is the doctrine, and Isis is the church that reflects the doctrine. That's why they push the moon reflecting the sun nonsense. Oh, check you out, bro. Check out Mr. Anderson, bro. If you don't know, he has a YouTube channel. You should go sub, or you could be lame, I guess. Only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Oh, Jefferson. I heard this guy was A1. I heard he was a good guy, though. Oh, look, the interior dome is engraved with a quotation from Jefferson. I have sworn upon the altar of God, Godrail, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of men. Because, that's what God in the Bible says to do, to swear oaths to, against eternal hostility on altars. Yeah, dude, yeah. For sure. He probably made this oath right between his Bible study of Psalms, huh, guys? He would just had to take a Psalms Bible study break so he could go erect a statue and some creepy little oath. Oh, look, a giant phallic symbol. That's like all built around 666s, but that's just probably a coincidence, yeah. The tallest stone structure in the world, of course, stone, masonry, that's what this is all about. You should know that this guy being put out in a giant statue outside with all the other creepy grabblers means that he was a wizard and that he was put there. Were you some type of diet woke? No, all the other statues are creepy little grabblers that were occultists. But not this guy. This guy's my hero. Yeah, we're going to look at that one for sure. Oh, look who's popped up unexpected. I guess that's what he always used to do, to just pop up unexpected because no one invites him to the party. They put freaking Albert Einstein outside. Bro, how is this? They're laughing at you, bro. He was significant in their timeline simply for propaganda purposes, King Grabbler, 1 stone. Oh, King 1 stone. You don't know, his name literally translates Einstein to 1 stone, which was a euphemism for someone being an idiot because you just had 1 stone rolling around in your head. So the grabblers thought they were funny. They'd prop him up as like a genius, and people think he's the smartest guy that there ever was. His name literally means idiot. Oh, just everything is weird. Everything that they're showing is just weird. Oh, let's build idols of animals. Yeah. Nothing new under the sun. Memorial is the nation's monument to law enforcement officers who have died in the line of duty. Of course, this duty being that they cannot have too high of an IQ or they won't even actually be hired. And their duty is to constantly enforce overarching, overbearing type of regulation and authority over us who are typically smarter than them, literally, because you can't even be a cop without a certain IQ. No offense to anyone that is one or whatever, but the point is, they're kind of trash. And of course, the beast system loves them. They're the ones that go around enforcing the beast system regulations. But I digress. So I've been trying to decide, guys. I'm gonna come over here. Oh, hey, what's up? Do y'all like the new location? I feel way better in this location. Just like in my office, I was in my living room. But I'm trying to decide, should I read the super chats as they come up, or should I read all the super chats at the end every night? What do y'all think? Can we get some feedback? You cannot have an IQ over 1.5 and be a cop. Y'all have fun with that one. Y'all have fun with that one. You know what the official explanation is? When Bob told me that, I was like, what? No way. Yeah, just Live on Globebuster just pulls up the evidence. The excuse is that if you're too smart and you're a cop, that you won't be as brave, basically. You won't be able to convince yourself to go into these dangerous scenarios because you'll be too smart, and you'll analyze the cost-benefit analysis, and you'll see, oh, this is too dangerous. I can't do this. But if you're stupid, you'll just go do it. That's their actual official explanation. As they come up. All right, everyone says I should read them as they come up. All right, enough said. As they come up, it is. Michael Lyon, always helping a brother out. You have more energy than last night, brother. Nothing new under the sun. Yeah, I was about to die last night. I was so tired. It was ridiculous. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Much love. Thank you for always supporting. Actually, right before the stream last night, I was sitting in my chair over there, and I had the stream ready to set up, and I was sitting here, and I fell asleep. So, like, when I did the stream, I was really tired. I had just woke up. I was like, it was almost impossible to make it. But, yeah, I got plenty of sleep. I feel great right now. You know what I'm saying, bro? Commercial sound and video. Thank you for the $5 super chat, my man. You are the man. All support's greatly appreciated. The people have spoken. I should read them as they come up. Oh, Michael, on me again. You don't even have to read my super chat. Oh, I'm going to read them, bro. I'm going to read them. And thank you for the super chat again, bro. You are the man. Shout out to everybody hitting me with lemons. Look, all right, wait. Someone sent me a diamond and asked me to check this out. Let's check it out. Let me actually find it. But just for all the people that just want to act like somehow, just real fast, guys, what is that? Oh, okay. It's a fountain system built about Neptune. Checks out. I told someone I would look this up. Like, why do people make such long videos? I guess like my videos I make are like freaking 2 hours long now. In a world where people think that Luciferians are Christians.
The National Monument to the Forefathers, the largest granite monument in the United States, was dedicated in 1889 to honor the English settlers who landed in Plymouth, Massachusetts. The monument's dedication reads, "Erected by a grateful people in remembrance of their labors, sacrifices, and sufferings for the cause of civil and religious liberty." The monument, 181 feet tall, features several figures depicting virgins, 181 and religious.
What is liberty talking about? Oh, liberation from the veil and the rules that guys put here inherently. We're going to make you the secret boy. We're going to liberate you and give you freedom beyond the intrinsic limitations that God gave you. Every single thing about America was set up meticulously. Every single phrase, every single area of our structural government, every single branch of the government, every single word, every single position, every single document, every single part of it, every statue built, all the road systems, all the names of states, all the names of cities, the name of the capital, all the monuments, all the statues, every single part of it was intentionally and meticulously organized and crafted. It's a Luciferian doctrine. This country was built in devotion to Osiris. Suck it up. Suck it up, guys. I fell for the spell too. You know how many times I've said, don't get me wrong, America's the best country in the world. Don't get me wrong, America's the best country in the world. Well, you know, when you start to look at the prophecies and you realize that they're describing beasts, but the beasts are describing kingdoms, and that the beast is America, they will worship the image of the beast. So if Trump's the son of perdition, which he actually clearly could be, make America great again. America this, America that, America's the best country in the world. People are effectively worshiping the image of the beast. It's all about America, 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 America. What is America? Literally, once again, a state built on behalf of Nimrod. Moving on. In a world.
Liberty. The monument, 181 feet tall, features several figures depicting virtues the Pilgrims brought to America in 1620. The largest figure, Faith, is 36 feet tall and weighs 180 tons.
Oh, 36 feet tall. It's
The
coincident.
monument also features depictions of morality, law, education, and liberty.
Oh, what is this mimicking and making fun of? Oh, the crown of thorns. To learn more, just walk around your local government. I have statues all around the place in Tennessee. There are statues everywhere. You know, I'm taking off in a couple weeks as long as we can get the finances straight. I might actually start like something where it's like, if you want to donate to the tour so you can help a brother go on tour and pay his bills, donate to the cause. As long as we get that part taken care of, we're going to take off. And I have this gimbal that's super cool. I put my iPhone in there and it stabilizes it or whatever, right? And I can use the stick with different buttons. And it's just like a perfect thing. So we're going to go around filming a lot of things. Maybe we should go like stop by all of these different statues and expose them for what they are. See if we can get any of the local authorities to talk to us and be like, you know what this is really about? Because it'd be very interesting in places like Tennessee where everyone claims to be a Christian. Thou shalt have no graven image. I guess that they just weren't talking about Davy Crockett, huh? Davy Crockett's like a big deal in Tennessee, you know? It's just weird. It's weird. So what we should do now is we should check out this next little part. Yeah. All right, because I was going to show you all this a second ago. So, you know, you had the whole Charleston psyop, right? And so the whole idea is they need you. They need you. This is the whole spell. They need you to defend and fight for the paganism, the polytheism, the statues, the idolatry, the graven images. They need you to fight for them. What have they gotten people to do? The whole right is... You can't tear down our statues. They're actually emotionally connected to statues of people that were Luciferians. That's the whole trick. They want you obsessed in your emotions, some emotional connection to freaking statues. Someone said, well, why they write the First and Second Amendment then? You don't need amendments to have rights, bro. I seek the truth. I'm representing it. I don't need your amendments. So I seek the truth. I represent it. I don't need your amendments. But people think they need amendments or something. No, the Declaration of Independence, which I guess is all graveled. Declaration of Independence is symbolic of the Declaration of Independence from the rebellious angels. Independence from their appointed path and from the appointed order and hierarchy. That's the Declaration of Independence being alluded to, was the Declaration of Independence from the natural order that God made. That's what Declaration of Independence is actually symbolically alluding to. Anyway, you don't need amendments. So why did they put those there? So people would ask that question. So in 2020, people were like, no, we got to get back to our founding fathers. You know that they were trying to help us out. They're basically deified. The amazing foresight of our forefathers. How could they have such incredible foresight? They're working on the same team as the people writing the script, bro. They don't have foresight. So there's my answer. Like, it's plausible deniability. America couldn't have been set up for some creepy grappler motivation or agenda because, look, they gave us free speech. Like, no, God gave me that, bro. In a world where the Antichrist talks about statues.
Security advisor H.R. McMaster against all these attacks.
I did it the last time.
He called on it again, linking the
Senator
to
McCain?
the alt-right and
Senator McCain, you mean the one who voted against Obamacare?
And he said
Who is Senator? You mean Senator McCain who voted against us getting good health care?
McCain said that the alt-right is behind these attacks, and he linked that same group to those who perpetrated the attack in Charlottesville.
Well, I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm sure Senator McCain must know what he's talking about. But when you say the alt-right, define alt-right to me. You define it. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying as
No, define it for me. Come on, let's go. Define
Senator
it.
McCain defined them as
You know, I'll be honest, guys. Like, I used to always say, like, dude, you say what you want to about Trump. He's pretty hysterical. And now that I think he's the Antichrist, I'm like, oh, dude, I got to stop laughing at this dude's jokes. Like, this is how they got everyone. They've set it up to where, like, the people going against Trump that we see, that they show us, like, on the mainstream or whatever, because I don't watch the mainstream, but, you know, like, that we ever get wind of, they're just crazy people. They're crazy psychopathic idiots. And so they ask them stupid questions. They critique them on stupid things. And so when you logically sit there, you're just like, well, Donald Trump is right. This woman is an idiot. She probably identifies as a spaceship on Wednesdays or something. She's a moron, you know? So you're like, you're lured into like pulling for Trump in the engagement that they show you. But now just look at it with new eyes, right? And he will be contentious. He will be arrogant. He will be prideful. He will basically rub you the wrong way. This is not a Trump stream, but the point is, like, just watch him with new eyes. Like, this dude's trash. But let's check out what the son of perdition or the man of lawlessness has to say about statues.
Okay, what about the alt left that came charging? Excuse me. What about the alt left that came charging at the, as you say, the alt right? Do they have any semblance of guilt? Let me ask you this: what about the fact they came charging with clubs in their hands, swinging clubs? Do they have any problem? I think they do. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that was a horrible, horrible day.
He got little bitty baby hands, bro. He looks especially orange in this video. That's pretty funny. Look how little his hands are, dude. He cannot go like consecutive 30 seconds without throwing up to 3 6s, dude. Just can't do it.
Say the alt-right. Do they have any semblance of guilt? Let me ask you this: what about the fact they came charging with clubs in their hands, swinging clubs? Do they have any problem? I think they do. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that was a horrible, horrible day. Wait a minute, I'm not finished. Fake news. That was a horrible day. I will tell you something. I watched those very closely, much more closely than you people watched it. And you have you had a group on one side that was bad, and you had a group on the other side that was also very violent. And nobody wants to say that, but I'll say it right now. You had a group on the other side that came charging in without a permit, and they were very, very violent.
This dude's an Aryan, right? He's an Assyrian. Just
The alt-left is the same as neo-Nazis?
All of those people, excuse me, I've condemned neo-Nazis. I've condemned many different groups, but not all of those people were neo-Nazis, believe me.
They got to throw the word neo in there because this dude tracks back to the very regime.
Not all of those people were white supremacists by any stretch. Those people were also there because they wanted to protest the taking down of a statue, Robert E. Lee.
Now look, he gets pumped up about this part, dude. One of the only times you've ever heard he's ever said this is. I'll save some of this for the Trump stream, of course. One of the only times he's ever even said Jesus, ever even said it, is whenever he's talking about statues. Yeah. He lumps Jesus in, making a point about all these different statues. Yeah. That's not weird.
Believe me, not all of those people were white.
He throws up the 3 6s every 5 seconds, dude.
Not all of those people were white supremacists by any stretch. Those people were also there because they wanted to protest. Those people.
When you say also, why did you have to do that? Why did you have to show the 3 6s when you say also? Watch.
Not all of those people were white supremacists.
Not all of those people. Why are you doing that? He can't help it.
Were neo-Nazis, believe me. Not all of those people were white supremacists by any stretch. Those people were also there because they wanted to protest the taking down of a statue, Robert E. Lee. So, excuse me, and you take a look at some of the groups and you see, and you know it if you were honest reporters, which in many cases you're not, but many of those people were there to protest the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. So, this week it's Robert E. Lee. I noticed that Stonewall Jackson's coming down. I wonder, is it George Washington next week? And is it Thomas Jefferson
Hopefully.
the week after? You know, you really do have to ask yourself, where does it stop? But they were there to protest, excuse me. You take a look the night before, they were there to protest the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. Infrastructure question, go ahead.
Should statues of Robert E. Lee stay up?
I would say that's up to a local town, community, or the federal government, depending on where it is located.
Are you against the Confederacy?
Race relations in America. Do you think things have gotten worse or better since you took office?
I think they've gotten better or the same. Look, they've been frayed for a long time, and you can ask President Obama about that because he makes speeches about it. But I believe that the fact that I brought in, it will be soon, millions of jobs. You see,
Oh, bro, we don't even care, dude.
you look at both sides. I think there's. Listen, you like them? Okay, good.
I'm sorry, I don't care. Yeah, I just want to show you all this, guys, because it's so funny, dude. Speaking of his inauguration,
What a great honor to be able to introduce for the first.
speaking of the 666s, guys, check this out. This is wild if you've never seen it. We're not going to watch all this, obviously. I'm just making a point real fast. Watch how many times he does the 6s, dude. It's so funny. It's wild.
Chief Justice Roberts, President Carter, President of the world, President Obama, fellow Americans, and people of the world, thank you.
All right, there's his first one. Now watch. We're going to go all the way up to 2 because it's just pay attention. Watch how many times he does this.
We, the citizens of America, are now joined in great national effort to rebuild our country and restore its promise for all of our people. Together, we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. We will face challenges. We will confront hardships, but we will get the job done. Every 4 years, we gather on these steps to carry out the orderly and peaceful transfer of power. And we are grateful to President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama for their gracious aid throughout this transition. They have been magnificent. Thank you. Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning. We are transferring government while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but the jobs left and the factories closed. It's going to be only America first. America first.
Look. I'm making a joke about it, but this is probably some type of crazy spell, dude. Like, watch this. I told you what the etymology of America really means, right? Now watch this.
New decree to be heard in every city, in every foreign capital, and in every hall of power. From this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
America represents Nimrod, dude. Guys, how do you guys not think this is wild? I don't know, but I'm not gonna watch this anymore. Who cares? He does it. He does it so many times.
Every decision on trade, on taxes, on immigration, on two simple rules.
Boom.
Buy American
Boom.
and hire American.
Oh.
From
Boom.
the face of the earth. At the bedrock of our politics will be
Boom.
America is totally unstoppable. Lives the hour of action.
I mean, it's literally the whole speech. We obviously don't have to keep watching them, but so yeah, dude, some creepy grappler, man. It's pretty wild. My friend played that as a joke one time. We were at his house, and dude, he does that the whole time. He's just like doesn't even make sense. So I was talking to Melania, and when it's like, bro, what? Someone's gonna chop it up. Illuminati confirmed. Let's see what we got here. Let's finish this little video. I'm gonna drop a link if anyone thinks they got some America gravy. MAGA is Satan. Yeah. In a world. Oh, maybe we should try this out. In a world. Oh, it represents the dome. Yeah, I wonder what's the president when we know we not electing it. So that mean that they selected it. Watch out for the rhetoric. I wonder what an election is. I wonder who the elect is then. I wonder who's a president. Watch out for the rhetoric. What a creepy statue that is, dude. What is that? The two adults flanking the Boy Scout represent American manhood and womanhood and the ideals they will pass on to the youth. This is weird, but it's all good because she's got fire in her hands representing Luciferianism, and this is the duality, and then this is their little Antichrist. Ah, it's so easy to break the spells, to be honest. What is, dude, what is that? The monument serves to honor the men who gave their lives so that women and children might be saved during the RMS Titanic disaster, which was a complete gravel nonsense. What is this dude doing? Who else did that? Oh, yeah, Yeshua was crucified. The entire city of Washington, D.C. is a blasphemy against Yeshua and in reverence to Nimrod, Osiris. That's what the dude. There's not one statue. You're not supposed to build any statues. Every single statue they build is intentionally blasphemous to Yeshua. So, I mean, come on. Let's go and fight for our right to keep our statues. Don't rip down my statue. I'm a special boy. Oh, Gandhi, just a complete, total psychopathic, little creepy person, alleged pedophile. I don't know what we'll do. Let's put a statue of him. Just make him hold a stick or something. Just walking around half naked, talking to children. 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, which again, declaring their independence from God of the fallen. The memorial consists of 56 stone blocks, each with a facsimile of the signer's actual signature, their occupation, and their hometown. Oh, yeah, that's so cool. Oh, look, in cursive. Oh, these are curses on stones. Masonry, oh. Yep. So there you go. I'm going to drop the link in there in a second if anyone thinks they got some American gravy. So, I mean, we could go all day. You could just never stop. But every single part of the way that Washington, D.C. was designed was intricate. It's Luciferianism, guys. I don't know why it's such a hard thing for people to accept. I think we all know it's just pride, and people have been talking about how awesome America is for too long, and you know. So I'll pop this image up for you guys. I'm sure most of y'all have seen this one, surely, or what are y'all even doing? If you haven't seen this picture, you probably think you live on a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics. But anyway, why were the road systems in Washington, D.C. built like this? They just accidentally built the roads like this. All right. Anyway, so they built every single part of Washington, D.C. based on Luciferianism. And then we have all of these monuments. You're not supposed to build graven images. They imitate all the Greek gods, the Greek architecture. The dome represents creation, and then you ascend into some type of godhood state. Oh, I know we'll do. We won't even try to hide it. We'll just straight up call it the Apotheosis of Washington, which literally means like the state of becoming a god, Washington becoming God. And we'll put him up there with a whole bunch of polytheistic pagan gods and Greek gods and the Council of Bel. And nothing's weird at all about this. I know what we'll do. We'll throw Albert Pike out there because he's just a psychopath. So they don't want to think anything. And now people want to rip down the statues for typically stupider reasons, I guess, you know. But and then they have the real spell is not. It's nothing to do with ripping the statues. And the real spell is they got people running around defending the statues. They are worshiping the image of the beast. And it's idolatry within. They're worshiping the image of the beast. America is the beast. And people are worshiping the image of the beast and the idolatry of the beast system, right? All of the graven images and statues built in its capital. That is the whole trick. And then we have a new president that has reignited this supposed patriotism. In fact, I wonder if there's some creepy little spell there. Fellow countrymen, then you have to look into the word country. Every single part of what they called everything is super. I told y'all about the Supreme Court, right? The Supreme Court represents it's referencing the divine council, and then of course the rebellious angels have a council in the sky also. That's what the Supreme Court is. There is a Supreme Court. It's the righteous council in the sky. But they have to invert and subvert everything and try to be little special boys. And so they've made their own Supreme Court in the country of Osiris for the work ruler. That's what America means. So now we have a potential son of perdition sitting in the presidential office, the president sitting before, so President of America sitting before the work ruler. Okay, so before the final version of Osiris, the president will be sitting before that. Implicit in the terminology is that the Osiris will take his part in America. Maybe not. Who knows? But, you know, I'm not going to say I know that's not the case. And I know you don't know that's not the case. So, we'll get one more thing, and then I'm going to drop the link. We could talk forever about this, if we're being honest. In a world sure, maybe hopefully I'm doing a good job painting this here. This is what you need to do. Everyone needs to step back and think if they believe in the scriptures or are considering it. What constantly provoked God into wrath? Well, they did the same thing over and over. The Israelites did the same thing over and over. They would steer away from God, and they would start to worship their gods of Baal and their different statues, their different idols, over and over. Entire cities and civilizations would be built around polytheistic, paganistic idolatry. Over and over, God would have to intervene, wipe out the city, intervene, punish the Israelites, intervene, and never happy about it, right? Now, fast forward to 2020, we live in America, sunken in immense depravity, murdering millions of innocent, defenseless babies, slaughtering defenseless babies by the millions, promoting depravity across the board, currently promoting pedophilia, normalizing it with the nonsense term of minor attracted person. They will then normalize bestiality. America will normalize every single act of utter depravity before it's all said and done. America, tons of crime, tons of murder, tons of wealth, tons of hunger, tons of immorality all across the board. What do we do? We worship the image of the beast, the image of America, the American flag. We turn our heads to anything America does wrong. Some people don't, but overall, these patriots, these boomers that think they landed on the moon still, America's the best country ever, and America is about freaking Lucifer, bro. And so America's literally about Lucifer when it comes to the founding fathers, and it comes to the very etymology of the words they use to build the entire system. Everything about it's about Luciferian doctrine. And then they built statues of men all over the place. They built a giant statue of Helios, and people go in awe and revere these statues and worship the idolatry. Look at the Statue of Liberty. Oh, look at the climactic music that's playing while they're showing it. Let's go to Washington, D.C. and look at all the statues. Oh, look at the big giant penis. So it's modern day sunken depravity of idolatry. The same problem keeps cycling. America has clearly represented the pinnacle of modern idolatry. And people idolize America itself. The image of the beast will be worshipped. It already is. And the current president has spearheaded this worship, reignited this worship, make America great again. America is talking about Osiris. They want to make Osiris a great ruler again, the work ruler, make him great again. You guys got to wake up. Oh, play the freaking climactic music. Cue the emotions. Dude, this is freaking. This is a tranny. This is representing Helios, sun worship, the illumination of Lucifer, and Luciferian doctrine. That's why she's holding the torch. She, quote unquote, this is why they hand off the torch of the flame during the Olympics. Tracks back to the Greek gods, which of course track back to Nimrod, which of course tracks all the way back to the antediluvian era of Atlantis. That's what they freaking built, a giant, incredibly huge statue to revere their deity, and it's right in front of everyone. It's just a statue of Lucifer, and it's considered the icon of America. I see someone that thinks they're smart in the freaking Dlive chat talking about U.S. Title 28, Section 302, Article 15A. Austin is dumb on this topic and then misspelled the word topic. But anyway, yeah, the title's called United States of America, and I'm talking about the true motivation of the origin of America. You learned out about like maritime law, and you still think that makes you really woke. So feel free to get out of my freaking chat with the special boy comments. No one cares. Like literally no one here cares. Like, let me check with everybody. Yep, no one cares. What is that, bro? What is that? It's so weird. That is so weird. This is so creepy. Image of the beast. Some of y'all just want to be patriots right now because of this music, don't you? You just want to let it all go and worship Lucifer because they cue the trumpets, huh? I kid. Just kidding. Kids are baby goats. Make sure I watched all these. Someone mentioned this. This isn't in Washington, D.C., but it doesn't matter. I guess we're starting with the United States of America. So I think people kind of underestimate how much idolatry is all around them, you know, in America. That's pretty wild. Maybe this one. In a world.
The side of a mountain, depicting 4 of the most famous and influential presidents in the history of the United States of America. George Washington.
You can kick rocks, lady. Creepy. Oh, Grabbler. Creepy. Oh, let's build the faces of creepy Grabblers. Giant statues of dudes, of men. People want to claim this is a Christian country. Just what a joke. Let's build literal giant freaking faces of men in the side of a mountain. We're going to carve it into the side of a mountain. Once again, let's make sure it's big so everyone can see it. Exodus 24. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water underneath the earth. Which should let you know that there's obviously a lot going on in the waters underneath that we don't know about. It was so important, it was actually worth mentioning it. Don't build idols of things that you see in the heavens, that you see on the earth, or that you see in the water, because there's all kinds of creatures that you can attempt to be an idiot and deify if you want to, but don't do that. Don't build any statues. No graven images. So I'm sure what he means by don't build any graven images is please carve graven images all over the place and represent your very entire country by that. And in fact, worship it, argue about it, have some emotional connection to it, defend these statues to the death as if they're somehow your child, and make sure that you constantly worship the idolatry of the United States itself, the beast system, literally the prophesied described beast. They will worship the image of the beast. And look what's happening. This is the resurgence of patriotism. Oh, you mean your devotion to just manipulating countries all around the world and starting wars and my friends having to literally die. Some of my friends literally dying so that we can go fight a war for Israel. That's exciting. Yeah. Please tell me more about how you're not a weirdo. I guess we can check this out. In a world. Oh, it says some famous Masons. Okay. Oh, the presidents. These are just the publicly admitted ones, Dave. This is laughable. How many additional ones were Jesuits? Declaration of Independence. There's probably a lot of deep gravy here that I need to get to the bottom of. What do these figures represent when it comes to the true historical timeline? That's what everyone needs to figure out. Again, declaration, declaring your independence from God in the natural order, natural logos. So there you go. All the Supreme Court justices right here. Oh, Masons. Oh, Masons. Just a bunch of Masons. Oh, look, hey guys, just a whole bunch of Masons, but no big deal. They're our friends. They're our friends. So let me get the link. Invite, copy, paste. I'm gonna drop it in Dlive too. Bang. So yeah, it's pretty obvious. I think the point of my stream was pretty obvious. So like America's an occultic Luciferian shout out from the very beginning. From the Statue of Liberty, which is Helios, representing of Lucifer and even Baphomet, clearly a Trinity, holding the illumination, the light, the fire. Prometheus came and brought fire to people. It's all about mastering duality within Gnosticism. As above, so below. Male, female, fire, water. God, Prometheus brought fire, so it's also symbolic of illumination. So who is Prometheus? Who's the people that they're worshiping? He brought fire. Well, what do we do when it comes to symbolizing some importance of fire being brought to people? Oh, we have an entire thing every 4 years that the whole world agrees to be a part of. Everyone knows about, called the Olympics. And literally the biggest, most symbolic thing that pops in everyone's mind is you run a race and you hand over the torch of fire. Then we have a huge statue of some tranny that's hideous, built. It's immensely big, and it's holding the freaking fire from Prometheus, and it's clearly representing Helios, Apollo, Apollyon, sun worship, Luciferianism. There's nothing to see here. We should pledge blind devotion. See my boy Mr. Anderson's on. In a world. What up, bro?
What's going on, man?
Chillin'. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I don't have the best mic on this laptop and all that. But
No, you sound good, bro.
I love this stream, man, because it's a much needed conversation. People stuck in the paradigm of left and right and all that weird stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I had a feeling you probably knew some little pieces of gravy about this.
Yeah, like I think we all know that DC was designed as Rome originally. I think it was John Carroll, a Jesuit, who helped fund it, the building of it. But then it was a guy named Francis Pope that owned the land, and it was called the Rome on the Potomac. And it was actually called Rome then. And a little branch of the Potomac is the Tibus, or what was it, Timber or Tiber? I think it's Tiber. Just like in Rome. So it's definitely set up to be like Rome. It's got the 7 hills and all that stuff.
Right. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that part big time. Modern Rome.
But people in general they get so caught up in the fighting for your First Amendment, fighting for the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and all that stuff, make America great again, and all this spell that's been cast. But I like that you're addressing what it was built for in the first place. Because it's like, what exactly are you fighting for? So we're caught up in this weird part of history, the present, but we're caught up in this weird situation where the Bill of Rights were never designed for us. Like the freedom of the press, the only rich elitists own presses. They never imagined that one day you could just type up a flyer and go print 1,000 copies at Kinko's. It was never designed for us, but at the same time, we're taking it and running with it. So in the same note on that, it's like this weird in-between stuckness that we're in, where we're like we got people, the patriots and all that, trying to defend the Constitution and stuff, but this country was created by Freemasons. That's inarguable. And I would say that the allegory of Freemasonry is to rebuild the Third Temple. So this country was created as a satellite nation to achieve the one world order and Palestine. So when they want to, they're going to destroy it. It was never for us. But at the same time, we're like at this niche of history where we're the resistance to the final fomenting of that. So perception is reality. If people really believe in this whole founding father thing, on the other hand, maybe we should let them embrace that. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's a necessary conversation for sure.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's because, like, in the sense, like you're saying, you know, we do need some people to stand up against whatever their little moves are going to be. They're going to make real big moves in the near future, you know, more so than they already have in 2020. But for me, it's like people just need to know, you know, they like stand up against it once you at least know. We have people like arguing about the statues, you know, it's like, dude, you're arguing against like Freemasonic statues, dude. Like you know, it's like,
yep.
And that's a crazy cool point to bring up about the press, right? Like freedom of press, you know, like the average person didn't have access to a press, you know?
No, those things are expensive, big old machines. And then there's the whole supposed thing that went on with the Federalists and Anti-Federalists. The Federalists wanted a one unified federal government, and the Anti-Federalists wanted separate sovereign states and all that. And then the Federalists won, but then the Anti-Federalists were like, at least give us a Bill of Rights. So it's almost like an energy and consent thing. Probably at that time, they couldn't get enough people to consent to a flat out federal thing. So they have to squeeze as much as they can, but they can't totally subvert it. Similar to like the Bible, where they could taint it a little bit at a time, but the followers of Jesus would have went nuts if they would have totally erased the Bible.
Yes, exactly. That's a good analogy.
The opposition, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. It's exactly what it is. It's just like over time. And that's what the Civil War was, right? So like they gave us this, like, on the surface looks like a pretty good insurance of freedom. And then they got us to where with this whole cover story of whatever, they got us to, and I mean, there were slaves, but like everyone that enslaved were Jewish. But anyway,
for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, for the most part. Like less than 1% of people enslaved.
Sometimes monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah, it was like
for the most part, like you said.
They got us to be cool with a centralized power, a federalized power after that. So like you said at the beginning, people wouldn't have gone for that, right? Where you're like, we're going to have one giant government that's over everything. People were like, but so they gave them what they wanted, and then they just coaxed them in over time into being in a federal government. And now you fast forward to now. And that's what I was trying to say. Like, why would they give us the first 2 amendments? Someone was asking me. I'm like, so you would ask me that question, you know? So you would think that it's really here to help you or something?
Yeah, it was never designed for us. It was obviously designed to benefit the Freemasons who did it all. So it's almost like collateral damage when they write something that benefits us. It's like collateral damage on their end. It's not the right phrase because it's a positive thing, but
I was just thinking, what if so it's all about make America great again, right? So the work ruler, make Osiris great again. That's how I've decoded that spell, at least for me. And so maybe they have these like basic roles that are actually like not bad things, but they're just, like you said, it's made for them. So ultimately they have this new system, and then that's what's going to be instilled for those that are luxurious enough to still be at the top or have access to the rights, whatever. It's really just for them once they achieve their ultimate plan.
Yeah, it's like an efficient boat that they created for them to float on, but we're floating on it too, and they're trying to kick us off the boat. But we're like, nah, we perceive this boat as being created for us. You said it was for us.
Right.
It's just weird period of time, I think, that we're stuck in, because they're trying to re-navigate that energy into nonsense, like protecting statues and all that stuff. But I find that interesting.
We are in a crazy time, and they're trying to guide the revolution, right? But they seem to be doing it pretty successfully, to be honest, because people are still so divided, and it's a bad look. But like with the boat thing, they made the boat where at first everyone gets on it. That's how the boat worked, right? That's how the boat got built so big. Basically, that's how we have a yacht or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're eventually just going to kick everyone off. We don't have any lifeboats. So, they're just going to kick it on the yacht.
Yeah.
It's their plan, at least.
It does seem that way. Because once they decide, because it was obviously the Illuminati that created it, but the Illuminati was nothing more than the consolidation of the Freemason lodges. So they illuminated the Freemason lodges, and that became the new vessel. So even though the Illuminati lodges got shut down, they already illuminated the Freemasons, and all their literature is talking about illuminated this, illuminated that, Solomon's Temple this, Solomon's Temple that, ever since then. So when you got this allegory of what it's intended to create, it's probably what's standing in the way of them going all out to destroy this country, because it was always meant to be temporary.
I agree.
Because the goal, of course, in my opinion, is to consolidate every area of the world and finally consolidate it all together, because it's that spirit, that Luciferian spirit that seems to never go away. That's been around forever. The Nimrod spirit. But it seems like a spiritual. So do you think it's, because you obviously probably agree that it's a spiritual thing, right?
I think so, yeah.
So do you think it's the same spirit that inhabited Nimrod that's inhabiting the people who always want to consolidate? Or do you think it's literally Nimrod?
I think it's a spirit, right? Like the physical body of Nimrod, got just butchered. But that spirit, it showed itself throughout all of history. And I would say I'd call it the Luciferian spirit guides them. But they want the ruler itself. They want a ruler with this spirit to come back, and they think this will be the best time, right? It's not even like they're just trying to repeat it. They think this will be the best time, right? So they all think they're the special boys that are working towards the world order that will be better than all the rest of them. That's how I see it. And they think they really are the special boys, and none of the peasants know what's going on. And we're about to pull off this miraculous feat where we have a Nimrod figure come back, and it'll be the best world order ever or whatever.
Interesting. I think it's weird because now we're in this paradigm with the globe lie and all that. But I think people back in the old days that basically everybody, like 99.9% of people, knew there was a creator, knew that we were in a creation, knew that we were on a geocentric stationary plane with some sort of dome above us. Pretty much all the civilizations did. And when you're in that paradigm, there's really two options. There's who the hell put me here in this ant farm, the claustrophobic type of who put me in this prison. I want to break through this prison and be like whoever created it, like an angry type of spirit, and which I would call the Luciferian spirit. And then there's the other spirit that recognizes the beauty in the creation and decides to live humbly within it. It seems like those are one of the true dichotomies in life. And then from that point on, you got Luciferians. That's one of the reasons I respect the Bible so much, because when you read Genesis and all that, it's clearly not the Luciferian spirit. You know what
right.
I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you. That's like basically that would be a good summary, basically. Like the two primary positions there is like the humility to the creator, or wanting to subvert and basically usurp the creator. I'm gonna see Vader Bear. I see you're here. I'm about to throw you on, and AI, I don't know if you put your camera back on, I'll add you on too. So Vader Bear, what's up, bro?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
What's up, Anderson?
Chilling. How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. Just enjoying my last day off before starting work tomorrow. So.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, my bad. I just said was just a relaxing Sunday, chilled with my kids today, and always jumping on here to watch a stream. So hey, y'all were just talking about Nimrod and like whether it's a spirit or not, and I've wrestled with that too. But so what do you think about it, the fact that he's coming out of the abyss though, and then like there's a key, it's opened, and then he comes out of the abyss? So what's interesting about that to me is like it makes me think it's going to be like he's coming out of it,
right?
I don't know, and chalk that up with like the Lotus coming out too, and the fact that he's the thing, and then go back to what happened after the Tower of Babel. What happened to Nimrod? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there is he got killed and got separated, but maybe like that happened, and then what happened to his body after that? You know what I mean? So it's like that's kind of interesting. I know that there was talk about during the whole Iraq thing that they went and like found it. They raided the Saddam Hussein's like hidden museum or something like that, and they found Gilgamesh's body. So
yeah,
I don't know, but the definitely the fact with the connection with Nimrod, and you know, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be at, you know, in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. So like we know that there's going to be some type of genetic modification. What, you know, I say genetics, whatever that even means, you know what I mean? However, it's actually done where you change the kind, or I'd say you change the soul. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think there is a physical figure, right? There's a physical figure for sure, in my opinion. But like, is it the same? Is it the same exact physical figure or like body, right? Or is it just an entirely? I don't know. I don't know. Like, because it is encompassed with the spirit, right? And then you have the seventh, then the eighth, and like figure that would be considered the Antichrist, but he's of the seventh. Something happens to him where he gets like possessed and taken over, and then maybe he does turn into some other thing. Does he turn into the same? I don't really know. When it comes to the physical part, there is a physical figure for sure, like you said, that comes out of the bottomless pit. But like, is it the same exact body as that or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I've even thought about like AI, like how somehow if they could somehow get a unclean spirit to inhabit like a computer that's integrated like biologically somehow. You know what I mean? You know how like they were you were showing this stuff with Elon, where they have like those things going and putting it in your brain or whatever. So it's like something like that, where like we have a physical divine spark in us, right? Like I think it's a physical thing. What I mean by physical is I'm not saying it's necessarily made out of matter. I guess I'm saying a real spark inside of us, right? And so it's like with what they're trying to do, I believe they're trying to remove that spark. They're literally trying to force that spark to like remove from your body, and then that would change your being, right?
Yeah, I agree. That's what they're doing. Hey, AI, I see you've been waiting, bro. I'm about to add you in the world. What up, bro? You're on mute. All right. What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing? How you guys doing? Mr. Anderson, you mentioned John Carroll.
Yeah.
I grew up like 2 blocks away from the college John Carroll, and I always wondered who that guy
like
was. Dude. What's that?
He was like the richest dude at the time, so I'm not surprised they made colleges and all that. That's crazy. You lived right over there?
Yeah, it's in University Heights, Ohio. It's a tiny little community, and I lived in University Heights. So I like grew up, I guess, you know, like looking back, I grew up in a small college town because it's like a D3 college. You know, it looks like, you know how D3 college is real small.
Yeah.
But it took me years, like 20, 30, 40 years later, to figure out that I basically grew up in a liberal hellhole. because that's what the universities are. You know, the that whole community around these universities is the bluest of the blue. But I'm not trying to play left, right, but you know what I'm saying? Like, like my elementary school was literally 100 yards from John Carroll University.
That's crazy.
You mentioned it, and I just thought that was funny because it just popped. That's why I called in. I was like, I want to know who John Carroll was, because he's like this name in my life that I never, you know, who is this guy? I think he's a Jesuit guy, right?
Yeah, he's a Jesuit. He was a Jesuit, and he was like supposedly the richest dude during that time. And he helped fund DC, and then the guy who owned the land was Francis Pope, who was probably a Jesuit too. He at least had a Jesuit priest named, I forgot his name, something White. But yeah, that's crazy.
Well, it's coincidental, but that was good. It's what got me to call, and it's good to meet you guys. Whitsitt, I watch you all the time. And I don't know if anybody knows, but I think I just read, I don't know if it's full fact, but that Trump signed that bill with the promise to give everybody $2,000 later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was basically like so evil. I can't believe they would do like ask us to sign this. Well, I'll sign it now, but I'll get you more later.
What did you say? The 600 one?
Yeah. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. It's like the Hannity treatment. 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks. We're gonna get the docs.
I wonder if they're doing it to eventually associate it with like a vaccine certification. You know what I mean? Like if you get your vaccination, you're certified, then you get an extra $2,000 or whatever.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, but
that's potential.
I literally can't read this stuff. It infuriates me. So
yeah, so I'm not trying to play left right over here, you know, because Whitsitt, what something you said was like, I try to explain this to so many people, and you're the first one who said it, and that's why I called. And then he said John Carroll, and I'm like, okay, it's like, you know, planets aligning here. I gotta call. You said that, like when I'll say it fast. Like when the mainstream media, they go on Trump, obviously they did from day one, but the criticisms of Donald Trump were so stupid that they cornered everyone that was thinking logically to defend him and look like they were worshiping him. You know, and they could spin the defense of everything as worship, and we're in a cult of Donald Trump. And it's like, I saw it the whole time. It was like there were plenty of good criticisms of Trump, and the mainstream media addressed none of them. They made up fake ones.
100%.
Well,
isn't that wild?
And they
so
always do.
Finally,
yeah, they do it with
that throws shade on Trump. You know, even, you know, when you're thinking logically, because you're always kind of thinking, am I watching a play? Am I just watching a script? And yeah, you know, it just proves itself and proves itself. And the other thing, you know, where our country could be founded on so many bad things, but I just offer up that the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution is at least, you know, documented a foot, like a legal foot in the door that maybe this generation can blow open and make it real, and even expose all the BS that is in the document that actually puts our toe in the door and have a real, I mean, we're taking intelligent populace, but I mean, that's my last defense for the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and Donald Trump is that the rhetoric is our rhetoric, you know, even if it's used against us.
Yeah, it's like at least
Like
it's
a
not.
puppet master, like a majority of the thought in the country. So if a lot of people, if 60% of the country is thinking like nationalistic minded, they're gonna have their puppet come out and throw on a working man's hat. That's just like you said. It's us. It's the people shaping the puppet.
And for sure, like we know that it's all dysfunctional, but at least the rhetoric is good. At least he says, like, I agree with you. I use Yeshua. I don't like saying Jesus, but at the same time, at least like it. I had to find the name Jesus before I ever came to Yeshua. You know what I mean? So there is positives in it. And exactly what you were saying earlier, Anderson, is when you were saying it's like collateral damage. It's like, yeah, they made those laws so they could do all their depravity and stuff. And then the consequence of them writing those laws is now that Christians can come together and share their beliefs and, you know, hey, look at this grabble. Hey, look at this, what I found, the book of Enoch, you know what I mean? As opposed to where it's super censored like China or whatever, you know what I mean?
We'll take it.
We have some positives.
Quintessence, what's up?
Yeah, that was beautiful.
What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, guys?
That was spot on.
Michael.
What's up, Michael?
Bear, you're Bear.
Hey, what's up, Vader Bear? Good to see you, brother.
You too, man.
Hey, WitsitGetsIt, man. You're the legend, bro.
Thanks, bro. You're a legend, bro. Always helping me out.
It's all good. Sorry, guys. I don't have a video streaming right here, but I can be here in voice chat. So.
No, you are cool. Got rock and you know, I'll add you in, dude. You had some feedback, so I removed it. I'll add you in a second if you think you can do something about whatever. It's a real loud feedback, bro. So yeah, what's up with you, Quintessence?
Earlier, y'all were talking about Nimrod, and this may not have a lot to do with it, but I was reading the book of Jesher, listening to, but they mention in there how Nimrod's father was like Cush or something, right? And he got this like a garment, I think they call it, that seemed, I don't know if they actually said it, but it almost seemed like it gave him power. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if you had noticed that bit. I don't know. It just had to do with the Nimrod thing earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I know a little bit about that story. It's the idea that basically, like, God gave somebody some garments, and then it was stolen. They were stolen, and then passed down. Then they got in the hands of Nimrod. He put them on when he was 20 years old, and it helped him become much stronger and all this stuff. What else happened? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know much more than that, to be honest. I've heard that story, though, yeah. Anyone know anything about that?
I haven't heard anything about that. Like
I don't think I've read that.
I'm still on Enoch, man. Enoch is so deep that it's like I feel like I got to dedicate a good amount of time to really be able to fully understand that and incorporate it into all the other tidbits, you know, within the gospel and the, you know, the Torah. But
Enoch has so much stuff in it, dude. It's wild. It's
man.
I know that Kush means black.
This past week, I laid down in my bed and I found a reading, you know, an out loud reading of Enoch, because you had suggested it, and I listened to the whole first book. It's like an hour long, and it was like, I mean, it was just gravy pouring on my head from every which way. It brought 1,000 questions I had about. It's like the Bible kind of picks up.
How did everyone have swords and bows?
Yeah, right.
It sets the table for the whole Bible. And I'm like, why is it not in the Bible? And then I go and look, And at other passages where they show Enoch, like in Genesis, they show that Enoch was in there. So why wasn't what he had to say important? And I'm just like, I'm blown away. And then I go to the second book, and I've only got like 15 minutes through it. They're all like an hour long, and the guy reads it really good. But I'm telling you, man, you listen, dude. I'm Jewish. That John Carroll area around where I was seeing Mr. Anderson. That's all Jews. I know that school's Jesuit, but we were all Jewish kids. And then when I got into fourth grade, we became a magnet school. This is back in like 1980, fourth grade, 1978. We became a magnet school, and we immediately went from like all little Jewish kids, just like can't kick the ball, can't hit the ball, just goofballs, local Jewish kids, to having like a 40% black school in one day. They bust all the kids in from closer to the inner city, and all of a sudden my next door neighbor was black. It was no big deal. We got along fine. But I was just saying that, but I really believe the story of Jesus is true, and I'm about one. You know what I mean? I'm like I got to read more of the Bible, but I'm about to be a Christian, because like the Jews in the Bible act exactly like the Jews I grew up with that live right over there. They're all communist leaning, democratic.
Yes, you are your savior, brother.
So when you say if you don't mind,
is it AI? Like Al? Like
no,
AI?
my name is Al. No, it's not Al.
All right, Al. Nice, man. Nice. It's good to hear that, brother. Good to hear that, man.
So if you don't mind, when you say Jewish, what exactly do you mean? You mean as a culture? Like when you say you're Jewish?
Like I went to Sunday, like Reform, not the black hats, but we have a lot of black hats that live just a little bit closer to the city. I mean, a whole village of them, and they're very disciplined people, and they take themselves, they're like the Amish in the middle of Cleveland, Ohio. They're not Amish, but they got the long sideburns and everything. And even one of my best friends. Even one of my best friends growing up, got into Orthodox Jewry, and the Orthodox Jews are way more awake than the upper middle class Jews that are all the lawyers and doctors and smart business people. You know what I mean? The Orthodox Jews, you know what I'm saying? They keep it on the down low. Like even though they're waving the Trump flag, and we know it's not left versus right, but they know that at least the Trump message, the rhetoric, was better than what the other side's offering. In the streets of New York, and it'd be like that in Cleveland too, but we have a smaller, than New York community. But like I'm coming back, waking up and moving back home and getting back to my family, and I'm like trying to share truth with them, because I was taught in Sunday school to the never again philosophy of like, they took the Jews away, and you got to look for these things never again. And I'm seeing it for years and years and decades. And I'm trying to then at the end of this end game, get to the family and say, hey, this is what's going on. They just shut me down and blocked me out. And they got masks on now. And I got no Thanksgiving.
That's like the hardest thing, man, is to actually like talk to our families, and be like, hey, like
so hard.
It's the most challenging thing that I've faced, is actually talking to the people I love, the people I really care about, people I want to be like, hey, like don't take the vaccine, like look what's going on in this world, and that's the most challenging thing. So I hear you, brother. I hear you so much, man.
Hey Al,
I took my brother.
When you were growing up, did you celebrate the feasts and stuff like that, like Sabbat and
every day? We were at the beach. We would go to the country club with my super rich uncle on like the Seder and a couple of Jewish things every year, and we always Rosh Hashanah and my grandparents lit candles on Friday, and that's all, which is all fine. I was bar mitzvahed in 7th grade, and then I went to a Catholic school for high school.
I was Catholic.
Because I
went to church every day.
Yeah, me too, man. I was totally raised Catholic.
So how did that happen?
Like crazy.
How did you go from your cult? How did you go from doing the Jewish traditions to going into Catholics? Was it this? Was there a lot of the same people?
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
No, I was a good little wrestler when I was like in 7th and 8th grade. So we turned out we learned that the best high school wrestling team in the country was a Catholic school about on the other side of town, on the west side, the Christian side of Cleveland. So I just had dreams. So I went to a Catholic school as a Jewish kid, the only Jewish kid ever to go there after 8th grade, and never went to temple again. And it wasn't about the religion and stuff, but I took the religion classes and did everything, and it changed my whole life. And then I went on to college to wrestle and everything. And you know what I'm saying? And now my family thinks that I was brainwashed in Catholic school, but it was years later that I shed that. I got out of the bubble that they live in. They think I'm in a bubble. I'm like, I got out of my bubble in I was 13. You guys are still here. You never left.
Yeah. The reason why I asked that though is because I have, as like I grew up Christian, but then churchian, and then now looking at the Bible literally and looking at the book of Enoch, I'm starting to look at the feast where God is like, celebrate these for all generations, and I'm like, wait, all the stuff that we've been given is all super babbled and super grabbled with pagan stuff in it. And
which
then,
is where the book of Enoch,
and I grew up in it.
Comes in.
Yeah, and then you have the feast, like let's say Passover, where it's literally symbolically of death passing over you, your sins being forgiven, and then all the parting the Red Sea, and then you go to the Sukkot, the Feast of Tabernacles, or the Booths, and it's like there's just so much gravy in them that it blows my mind that there's Orthodox or people who sell that are in that culture that don't see Yeshua within all of that.
No. Yeah, you're like, it's so amazing because exactly, I'm reading the Bible, I'm reading Matthew, I'm reading Mark, Luke, John, Acts, and Romans gets me a little confused, but I'm reading and I'm thinking, holy garb. All these apostles and Jesus himself were dealing with the exact same thing I'm dealing with today. Like, they call the Jews a stiff-necked people, and and they can't see it. And I'm like, they can't see it. This is exactly what I grew up in. This is exactly what I've dealt with for the past 10 years. I've been sending links incessantly
right now
to everyone from back home that I wanted to be with when the end game was upon. And I was like, they're just, it's literally like Jews are the CNN of the Bible. And I'm like, yeah, they're wrong.
On that note, I feel like I was gonna say, on that note, I feel like Catholicism is kind of like sadomasochism without the sex, in a sense. But I don't know.
Yeah, Catholicism is like the CIA of like religion, and so,
I feel like each of the denominations are just pick your poison, and then they're all rooted in Kabbalistic like teachings, all derived from Nimrod, through the 70s. So it's like that's why they're so similar, and it's like, well, Catholicism's messed up. Well, more, LDS is messed up. Well, the Southern Baptists, it's because it's like they're stemming from the same tree. That's why.
Well, also the Rockefellers funded like all the seminaries in America, and so
absolutely.
It's fractal on purpose.
Yeah, it's like they fractalized things and infected it with that attitude, that CNN attitude of the Bible. You know what I mean? They're just all infiltrated by because for money. It's just money. It's just money over time and little sacrifices along the way, and then you finally get to hear, and we get
Wait, are you saying that the
live
Talmud
and
isn't
see.
legit, bro?
Oh, I was that Whitsitt?
Yeah, are you
Whitsitt,
saying
I've never read it.
Oh yeah, the Talmud.
I've never read it. I
So the
try to
Talmud's
read
fake
it.
news.
Well, it's essentially
Probably.
like it's not just one book; it's like a law library.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
sure.
Oh, there we go. All about the law. And that's also the thing in the Bible is like it's where the Jews in the Bible have bought into the law that they wrote down as better than the law from God, and it's just a battle because like they make a career out of it, and there's no career in being just spiritual. So it's literally the choice between sticking to your power center that's like matrixed around your people versus abandoning it for a righteous life. And the Jews, the mass of the Jews choose, the first thing every time. And you can't get them out of it. You can't.
It's a very ancient struggle because even when Moses goes and gets the 10 Commandments, comes back, they're worshiping Baal again. And
yeah, right. The first thing they do is build a statue. Exactly.
It's the same struggle because that's a very ancient religion. It's hard old habits die hard,
Yeah, but the old habit of ignoring facts is like you have to kill that habit. And when you kill that habit, you have to leave Judaism. As you know what I'm saying? It's binary at some point for me, and the only time my family they don't care when niece is gay, everybody's this, everybody's that. You want to be a girl, you want to be a boy. I told a close family member, I believe I'm Christian at this point. I believe in Jesus. He said, "Motherfucker," he goes, "You motherfucker." And I was like, you don't care that our niece is gay and our other niece is 200 pounds and she's in the fat shaming crowd, and you accept all this and you're fancy on Facebook with all your love. And I tell you, I don't think that this religion is fucking leading us in the right place. And you get hard on me like this guy. It was amazing. It was like this person had never shown real aggression until I said I wasn't a Jew anymore. It was tolerant of everything else. That's writing.
I believe it.
Who was it? Like Job, who God created such a terrible existence in life, and then he was completely devoted to the Lord, regardless of the life. I'm not sure if it was Job. I'm not the most biblical scholar, but I think it was Job. It was he
had all the worldly stuff taken from him.
Yeah, everything was taken from him. And it was the most hardest thing, but he never ever let go of his devotion to the Creator, and that was one of the greatest things that he could ever have gone through. So it's fascinating everything that you're saying. I'm yeah, this is a lot of hardships, but this life is like a test, in a sense. That's what I think. Anyway.
Right. I was gonna say when in the Whitsits with Jaren stream wasn't his name Just Jack? Didn't he say that Job was actually an allegory and that the second half was written after the first or something?
Yeah,
I don't know either. I just thought I remember when you and Jaren had that stream. That was crazy.
I don't get that whole desire to appeal to man, the desire to appeal to scholars, and it's to a degree, take it, what it is, but then realize it's a man's knowledge, and there can only be the only wisdom that could be in there would be any wisdom that God gave that person to write.
Yeah, exactly.
Let
That was
God be
the
truth
whole
and every
point of the
man a liar.
story. Yeah, that was the whole point of the story. You know, it's
But
like you don't like base yourself on like physical pleasures, you know, but like submit, like praise the divine Lord, you know.
But it's even more so because what I really am saying is like they're saying like, oh, it wasn't written by Job, or we don't know if Enoch wrote it. It's like they want to appeal to man to give them to answers to validate whether they believe it, instead of reading it, putting it, like asking God to give
Deciding
you this.
themselves.
Exactly. They
Yeah.
want some outside man to tell them, oh, you can believe this or don't believe this. It's like,
Yep.
no, go to the Father,
Yeah,
ask him, read
exactly.
it, and then
Yeah.
he'll let you know. Like, that's the point of the relationship.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I got from the story of Job, was that was the whole point.
Yeah.
So 100% Vader Bear, I like totally agree with you on that. That's why I brought that up.
Yeah, and not only that, but he restores it. Just like when the New Jerusalem comes down, it will be restored, where it wasn't just he got all his material stuff back, but he had more children and more wife and more land. He got more than he had before, and that's to show that, like, if you know those who stay steadfast to the end will receive that rock with a new name. You know, those who stay faithful to that.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So I can see how that can correlate with Al, you know, like everything that you're saying, man. It's like, you know, like the
when it came to
man,
like when it
traditions of man.
Exactly. Yeah, the traditions, man, the manly pleasures, you know, and like all these things that we're going through, you know, especially with like our families and all these, and this is huge with what we're going through right now, you know, like we're like faced with so many things, you know, this COVID, you know, hoax bullshit, and like taking jab, you know, and like being like in the physical world. You know, are we going to submit ourselves to these like rulers, or are we going to actually like find the higher truth? You know,
I knew the die was cast when in like I'm not. I don't want to be.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No problem at all.
No, yeah, I was saying, mostly, I don't know, the people are too, just bluntly, they're too connected to the conformality of their lifestyle. So anything that's going to jeopardize any of those basic comforts, they would rather just ignore. So to really do what needs to be done here, which is where we have to step up and call out a lot of this nonsense and really, frankly, turn back to God. You would have to acknowledge that you've been tricked a lot, and that you're going to have to cut out a bunch of basic things you're doing, and you'd have to sacrifice conformality. And that right there will prevent most people from doing it. So, you know, I'd like to say that I think that people will step up and do the right thing, and we have a chance to. I guess technically we have a chance, and God's in control, but people's pride won't let them. Like Christmas is a perfect example.
Yeah.
You can break down the problem with Christmas to people, and they'll just be like, oh, well, it doesn't. They just love Christmas so much, and they're
It's
so
okay.
comfortable.
God knows my heart.
Yeah, like they're going to go down for Christmas. So it's the same thing, you know. If you see what I'm saying.
And even like with Christmas, like with like Jesus Christ, you know, like with the whole idea of a savior, you know, sure, yeah, absolutely, Jesus is your savior, but he's only your savior if you actually like go within and do the right thing to like become the true self, you know, that he has asked you to become. Like he's not going to come down here and save you if you don't actually do the work, you know, and that's the whole point, is that we all have to do the work. You know, there's no one's going to come to save you. Q's not going to save you. Trump's not going to save you. And Jesus is not going to come down and save you. He's showing you a path. He is the savior, right? Like the divine creation of existence, God, Jesus, Yeshua, they are our savior, but their representation, like what they've written down and said, like we need to be that in ourselves. We have to be our own saviors, and we can help each other out doing that. And that's what we're doing. And, you know, also Austin, like I really appreciate everything that you've done, man, because like I think you've like helped wake a lot of people up to that, man. So
thanks, bro. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. If that makes sense, what I'm saying makes sense. But I think what I'm saying is truth. So
yeah, it is true. Is you're supposed to? It says pick up your cross and follow me. So you're supposed to live in the way of Yeshua. None of us are going to be able to do that perfectly, but you're supposed to truly try to do that. And the whole thing with like the word being the flesh, and then the sacrifice, right? The cup that you're drinking is sacrifice. So you have to sacrifice to do it, And when I first started getting like right with Yeshua, that was like a big hard thing. Like I actually like got real like sad about it because I would constantly be attacked and ridiculed, and like my own family and the supposed fellow Christians would attack me. And then I just prayed and I opened the book straight up to where it says in Matthew, like, when people revile you for my name, like actually like be proud of it, basically. Like, they did that to all the prophets before you, and I see what's going on. And so, really just kind of at this point, I think as a badge of honor, if you're not being attacked when you're speaking of Yeshua, you may not be saying the right things, because when you
yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. But,
like when they started censoring online, openly back in 2018, that was a true dividing line for me and my community. It was I took my own brother, who's like kind of like the biggest like person in my head during all this, because he's my last family. I don't have any kids. He has a couple kids. They're hardcore socialists. One of them's a fucking master's degree in environmental policy. So
environmental policy.
That's stuff right
there, bro. He's a great kid, but he's like, I feel misled, even though he thinks that's the path to championships. But when I brought my brother to Owen Benjamin's shows when he came to Cleveland twice, once like in 2015 and then maybe in 2017 or 18. When he did the show in an airplane hangar, and I see you got the bear there, so you're like, you probably know Owen Benjamin, right? Like Vader Bear. Yeah, and I know that I kind of got Whitsitt from there. I don't know how, but whatever, it's a good thing. And I brought him to the shows, and after the second show, because he makes fun of the Jews. I like that. I like the Jews make fun of themselves, but for some reason they get all sensitive when other people do it.
Owen Benjamin, he banned me for life before he was actually a flat earther because I like flat earth on him. But then
I got a flat earth question too that I want Whitsitt to hear if he comes back. But I'll let anybody talk. But so I took him to the show, and like all my friends here, all my family here had agreed that it was okay to take, Alex Jones off YouTube. And then it was a bunch of other sites. And then now it's happening to everybody. And they all agreed with it. And I'm like, and I still tell them, now I'm like, this is going back 6 months. It was 2 years ago that they started censoring free speech in the open, and you supported it. And if your kids suffer and you suffer for it, you co-signed with it, motherfucker. And you turned your back on the Constitution, foot in the door as it is, and what we value as our rights. And all they wanted to say was, well, that's a private company, so they can do what they want. And I'm like, they got this big. They were presented to the public as the open forum. My YouTube little icon is their statement. Broadcast yourself and connect with people around the world, and find love. And they don't care. They're just like, fuck it. I do better at work today to ignore your pleas while we're trying to have a good time, and you're ruining it. Bam.
Al, are you short?
Yes.
I was just gonna say in response to the whole censorship thing. Apparently, in London, they have this thing where the companies, if they're a private company providing a public service, then they can't censor you like that. And
That's how it was here too.
It's the same thing with like the phone companies like AT&T, you know, like they're a private company offering a public service. Like, how can they censor your phone call? You know, I always thought about it like that.
Anyway, we have that case in America where some religious group owned the town square that David Knight from InfoWars would time, and that is the case in the law that establishes that if you happen to be a private owner of the town square, then you must abide by the rules and laws of our foot in the door Constitution, and it's clear as a day. And that's clear as day. And they don't give a shit. They just want to go along with whatever they're here on TV, and disagree with, you know, or just hand wave away everything.
They just want it to be easy.
That you present.
I said they want it to be easy
because it's easy.
Freedom of speech.
They want to make six figures. That's all it's about. It's making six figures and bullshit.
That's censorship. A lot of it stems back to that never forget stuff you were talking about. Because
of course, I'm saying, like, this is happening again, and they're like, that's not happening. This is like you build your own platform, and then you
that
do.
Seems like a very damaging way to frame somebody's mind. Paranoid that at any minute somebody's gonna put you in the fire or something, you know?
Oh, the victim mentality.
They'll never just
victim mentality.
They know how to be lukewarm all the time, and they'll never disagree, and they'll always just wiggle up in whatever social status it is, and that's just how they live the life, and that's how it's been. So never forget is like just a slogan. It's bullshit.
You know more than I do probably firsthand, but I'll say, and I'm not talking about all Jews or anything, right? But a lot of times what the Jews do, bro, is they just think you're stupid. So like when they're talking to you, they think you're stupid. So they're like, yeah, for sure. And if they think they can make some money off of it, they'll just be like, oh yeah, we can get you that. We can whatever it is, they think you're stupid. I promise, not all of them, but they do think that like Goyim are typically dumb, and they're just like, they'll go along with whatever you want to hear if they think that there's some usury or some way to make money. This is just the culture, right? Is what I'm saying. It's not any group of people necessarily. It's just the culture of usury, and
it's the same. It's the same as an atheist. They're the exact same as atheists.
Well, here you go. This is exactly what they are. It says, "I know thy works and tribulations and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemies of which they say they are Jews and are not, but of the synagogue of Satan." And then later in Revelations, and it says, "Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which they say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee." So even his enemies, he wants to let them know he loved them even still.
That exactly.
Yeah,
they don't get
very
that.
Well put. Very well put.
They think you're trying to trick them.
So hey, I want to.
They think all that. They think all that what you said. I got to get up and roll a couple more smokes. But they think all that what you said. All that what you said. I don't know which one said it, but they think that is the grabble. They think that I love you, and I don't, you know what I mean? And they think the Christian message and on the story is the grabble, and it's all totally inversed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Vader Bear, you were trying to say something? What's up, bro?
Okay, yeah. Okay, I got to tell y'all a story. Okay, so when I was a kid, my dad, he was it's called a horse fair. He shoed horses, okay? And
nice.
But anyways, he was into the outdoors, and I owned a horse. Like I had a horse almost my entire life, and I was super into like the outdoors. So as a kid, and so I did Cub Scouts, I did Boy Scouts, and I even did Eagle Scouts. Okay, so after E Scouts, I'm in middle school at this point, right? And I meet this neighbor of mine. Sorry, my friend's neighbor. He was like, "Hey, oh, so you're an Eagle Scout?" He was talking to my dad, blah blah blah. And then he was like, "Well, you should check out this other thing. It's like it's kind of like the next step for for someone who's like going the Eagle Scout route." Okay, and so has anyone ever seen the picture of the Freemasonry hierarchy, the structure of Freemasonry?
The what?
No, maybe I've seen
Okay,
it, but like I can't like pull off a reference.
Austin, will you look up? Just go to like Grabbler.com. I mean Google.com.
I thought you were serious for a second.
Dude, you rub your beard just how I rub mine too. I rub my beard the same way.
The hierarchy, the Masonic hierarchy.
Yeah, search Freemason hierarchy, and then
picture there in gold.
Well, there's another one that's like you can make it bigger. It's like more colorful. I don't know if you can see it.
Well, if you look up Grabbler.com, you can buy it.
Oh, right there. Oh, you had it. Okay, see that more colorful picture? The second row down to the right. Down there you go, the colorful one.
Oh yeah.
Click that, and then right click it. No, go back. Right click it, and then hit copy.
Image.
Copy image location.
Oh my gosh. Copy image location.
Yeah.
Right click it.
Right click and then copy image location.
Copy image. Image.
You just pull it up on the full screen.
Yeah,
just pull it up on full screen.
It doesn't work like that. In that one, if you follow it into the website, it won't work like that. Here, I'll just post the link for you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
I see it.
Here you go. Okay. Oh, okay. You got it. Okay. So if you look there at the bottom where there's under the arc, you see how there's that order of Demolay. It's to the very right. He's wearing a black thing with a red.
Fascinating. They're all wearing suits too down at the bottom. Like,
So this is my story. So being in middle school, I know a friend that's neighbors with another friend from school. His dad's a Freemason. I have no idea what any of this means. I go to these like not initiation processes, but they were like get-togethers. And so the first couple get-togethers were just like normal get-togethers, like the guys meeting, the fathers meeting the boys and stuff like that, kind of like it was in Boy Scouts. But then after a certain amount of time, like once my dad got to know them, they started doing events where if you look right next to the Demolay, you'll see the Rainbow Girls. So the Rainbow Girls and the Order of the Demolay, they would come together and they'd have events that were supposed to be chaperoned. I'm not kidding you, dude. I saw the most debauchery, like as a kid that's in middle school, seeing the use of hard drugs, profane acts happening while they're supposed to be chaperones in their lodge. And the reason why I say that is because that didn't obviously sit right with me, so I stopped going there, and I just like kind of gave up on that, kind of next path. And and later in life did I realize, when looking into Freemasonry, and then when people are like, no, they're just good people, just wholesome, I was like, bullshit, you didn't see what I saw.
No.
So
Hey,
I just thought I'd share
talk
that
to me
with
about this a little bit. Like when we had like our conversation.
Mhm.
Vader Bear. Yeah, that's some deep stuff, brother.
So yeah, when you come out of Malay, that makes you a 5th degree Mason. So if you follow that
Like
all the
ROTC?
way across, it makes you come out, I think, either a 5th or 6th degree Mason.
Crazy.
Still pretty
Crazy stuff. It's on the pyramid too. All seeing eye. What you got up there? Yeah, the all seeing eye and the G. Yeah, look at that, dude. Look at that.
G for Gadrael.
Yeah, Gadrael. Yeah, exactly. Like geometry is what they try to say that it is, but it's like their own god, like really Satan. But,
Dude, that
crazy
sounds
stuff.
for so many things. It's like G's the 7th letter, so 7's the idea of like this esoteric Gnostic perfection, and then we got geometria, which is the measurement of the earth, which is why you have the compass and the square on there, and then you have Gnosticism, the grand architect. So the ones they'll tell you is Gnosticism and grand architect, but it gets a little deeper. It has a lot more to do with the numbers, the 7th letter, and then geometry, the measurement of the earth, and of course G is short for Gadrael. So it's
that's why they say geometry sometimes. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, geometry is a big one that they say. But
yeah, for sure. It's just
More,
crazy.
the symbology, they like more levels.
Say again?
The more layers on a symbol, the better for them. It holds more power.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, the G, dude. There's probably
Barry, you were talking about like Bohemian Grove for kids, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude,
Real
it was
crazy.
intense, man. Like, and not to get too deep in it, it kind of brought back traumatic stuff from my childhood. So it was like, I think it was like God really like pulling me out of it, because to me, I was like completely gung ho. Like, I did Eagles, I did all these things. This is the next step. I want to be that good, citizen. So that really hit hard. All those things, man. Like the earth and the shape of the earth and dinosaurs and space. Like all that stuff. They really knew how to tie all that stuff to your emotional heartstrings. So it's like as soon as you pulled on those, it's like you really felt that it was really a growing process. It wasn't just as simple like, oh, okay, it's not a ball, it's a flat. It's like there's so many emotional ties to it. Like watching a movie with your dad. It was a Universal movie that made you so happy, and then so you tie that happiness to that symbol of the globe, and then that's another reason why you believe
Which it's not just a symbol of a globe that has the universal around it. That's like a representation of Saturn too.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm just saying, so you get tied to those things in ways you don't even think about.
Yeah,
I got a story about.
And that's one of the biggest like. I was saying real quick, like with the G in like the thing, that's like one of the biggest things that they like grapple us on, because the G really means God, and then they try to take that away from us, and they try to take God and make it to all these other things. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. What's up, Johnson?
I had a story about Bohemian Grove, or a small story about me personally, because I used to live in Sonoma County, which is not too far from Bohemian Grove, right? Where they do their little summer solstice ritual to Moloch and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But most people know about it now, but the police go there and sheriffs go there to line up in front of the road that goes into it to block off all the public. They're basically like the security guards for these people who go in. Tax-paid security guards. But anyway, I got a job because usually I'm a head chef and that's what I do. But I took a job working for the jail where I was a food director for the jail. And the chef that was there for like 25 years, basically we were responsible for making the bag lunches for the cops that guard Bohemian Grove during the ritual.
Oh, wow.
What happened was, because I heard the chef talking about it, and then so I had to make sure that we've got our supplies lined up for that. You know what I mean? And I remember, because it was weird, because I worked for a private company and everybody worked for the county, including the sheriffs. Even my chefs and cooks were all Union County. It was basically like one giant team, and then me in a private company managing the food. So all I did was simply tell one of my supervisors, I said something about, we got to get the bag lunches ready for the Bohemian Grove or whatever. But I actually mentioned the words. I didn't just say, oh, let's get the bag lunches ready or whatever, something like that. Within minutes, I was hunted down and removed from that job.
What?
Yes, within minutes.
Because you said Bohemian Grove?
What's that?
It's because you actually said Bohemian Grove?
Possibly, I don't know.
Wow,
that's some crazy stuff, man. Because I knew a lady who actually like was one of the servers at the Bohemian Grove thing. She's telling me all crazy stuff, and she was like one of the servers who would actually take like food out to like all these people, like the elites and stuff. So that's a trippy story. That's correlation. You probably even met this chick.
No. Because I never worked at Bohemian Grove, and it was way away in Sonoma County at the jail.
No, she was on the grounds, for sure.
Yeah, I've never been in there, but yeah,
I would be terrified.
Outsiders work in the dining hall, but not. That town is creepy, dude. Monterey, I've been through there because
Northern California, man. It's up in the
I
redwoods.
touched on it in my LGBT presentation I did, but there's a reason why they have Bohemian style villages up north of there, because it reminds them of Bohemia, where the Illuminati came from, basically in Bavaria or whatever, Bohemia, I mean. And those redwoods remind them of their home. So that's the elite stomping ground right there. It's a lot of bad energy there.
No, I know. I grew up in that area. I grew up in California. I'm living in Montana now, but I grew up in that area. So
Austin, so what's do you know anything about this all this Tennessee, this Nashville stuff?
Oh no, not really. I don't know. There was, all I know is RV said they're about to drop a bomb, and there's a bomb, and it hit AT&T, where it's responsible for a lot of the communications on the eastern coast. I don't really know beyond that. Y'all, maybe y'all saw where Taylor Swift straight tweeted out like the 24th, like, don't go to Nashville on Christmas the day before. It's something weird. I don't really know. I haven't looked too much into it. For me, it's just like
another
something weird. That was the Inner Saturnalia week, so maybe it was like mass sacrifice, or maybe this is to set up some psyop. We could be conditioned for more stuff like that coming or something. I don't know.
So I did actually. Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, me and my wife's phone have been acting crazy today, like saying we don't have service. But then if I call something, if I just wait a couple seconds, it'll call anyways. It's like, I thought you just said I don't have service. I don't know.
Do you, any of you guys ever watch the YouTube channel Grindall61?
Nope.
Well, there's a lot of power outages like going on in California under Gavin Newsom, and this is like that was the thing that they talked about a few weeks ago about we're going to have a grid situation, like with the World Economic Forum. So I think this is coming, and I'm not prepared for that. Yeah. I got a freaking generator that I don't even have oil for. They wouldn't let me buy oil for my generator because I wouldn't wear a mask, and like some 65-year-old dude threatened to kick my ass if I wouldn't, leave the store. That was and I've been in my house ever since, like for like the past 6 weeks. I haven't left my fucking house, but because like even though like I can take it, but I don't want to face it. They're trapped me down just by impoliteness, just simple impoliteness, because I'm a polite person, and if I'm going to deal with impoliteness,
I'm lucky that I haven't had to wear a mask the whole time.
Yeah,
we were talking
straight up, brother. Like I
never wore a mask.
Same.
And I won't die in my house if I have to. I don't fuck. because I know
Well,
the
the single
symbology.
by
of it.
Public Enemy is what are you going to do when the grid goes down?
I'm gonna milk my cows.
I'm gonna
and
probably die in about 72 hours.
Nice, yeah, milk your cows, dude. That's the thing, man. I got like so much seeds. I got a really nice space up here in Montana. I don't want to tell anywhere where I'm at. 'cause
I'm
I don't
jealous.
want
I'm in
people-
Texas, but Montana's something else.
I got a homestead up here, guys. Like a
Nice.
couple wells, and I got a really nice spot, dude. It's good. And you know, like perhaps, you know, if we all connect, you know, and like shit really goes down, like I want good brothers, like, you know,
Same.
So I got a good homestead up here. So
I
I'm
can
like,
be your
besides my
Jewish
sons, I'm the
slave.
only dude on my property.
I can be
oh,
your
man.
Jewish slave.
Oh my
because
God.
I'm Jewish
Dude,
slave.
you don't even fucking say that shit.
You are the guys that think
No, we
that
do good work.
You guys think that we're going to be good here, bro.
I don't understand anybody.
Oh man!
I've offered my
But with
slavery up to
the bombing at the AT&T like center, this is a trip. So I've done a lot of research on that, and I saw some things. I don't know if this is absolutely true, but I think they were testing the communications like network, and like I saw a couple things that like the bomb was actually like a diversion for an energy weapon. I don't know. This could be like totally fucking far out, but this is what I saw. I did much research, and they did like some energy weapon to like the AI place or the AT&T place, and it knocked out a huge amount of area, right? Like, dude, Whitsitt, you're over there, right, in Tennessee? Didn't it knock out like a ton of fucking places in like as communication stuff?
I heard that happened. Yeah, I mean, I have Verizon and I haven't had any issues, but
okay.
I don't know. I'm 2 hours west of Nashville. And I had some friends tell me that there were some outages for a minute. I don't really know. I don't know what's going on with it. I think it was clearly all scripted. I just hope it's not
of course.
I just hope it's not like a sign of them, some little game plan they have where they do this all across the U.S. like one 24-hour period.
It was aliens.
They're saying like
always aliens. No, it was reptilians.
So coming down from the sky.
Cool. That's
you
good to know that you weren't out, dude. Because I was curious about that because I knew that you were like fire. So, anyways,
if they do a 24-hour news cycle on it, that will be telling.
Let them break the right wing and then say, okay, Black Lives Matter did $2 billion worth of damage, so we'll take it off of that. I mean, dude, who gives a shit? Whitsitt, I got a flat Earth question for you.
Let's hear
it.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so I've been into flat Earth since about 2012. I was watching Math Power.
You're old school, man. That's sorry. Go ahead. In
that subject, I guess I would be. In that subject, I guess I would be. It was just after I learned that that Satanism and Luciferianism was actually a real thing and not just, satanic panic, like Geraldo said back in the 80s when I was a kid on his TV show. Like, oh, these Christians are all afraid of satanic panic. And there was all kinds of shows about it when I was a kid growing up. But
they try to make fun
I
of
was
it.
listening to Math Powerland, and then other people came into the scene, and I was like, you cannot blow my mind more than the acceptance of that Satan is real, and therefore Jesus may be real at that time. It's like if anybody believes in Jesus, Satan does, because it goes against everything the guy said.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm, and then the next
real fast before you continue. Who's man Zao? Who's he with? I just dropped the link. My man Al jumped on and decided to kick it. And thanks for the super chat. Much appreciated. Much love. All right, sorry. Go ahead. You said you had a flat Earth question, bro.
Yeah, let's hear the flat Earth.
got ranted. I started ranting, but nothing blew my mind like the actual presence of Satan and or the Bible being real and everything. And then that was the next thing that blew my mind was when I said, "Oh my holy God! If these people are lying about so much, could they lie about literally the shape of the earth?" So there I was, 2013. I'm talking days, and I watched everything, and I still keep up with it. And the one question I have about flat Earth is like, I did the calculations. I punched in the numbers. I can't go through it right here, but like the 8 inches per mile squared, and I took the numbers from Wikipedia, the radius and the diameter and everything, and I thought I'm not a mathematician, but I came up with 6.8 inches per mile squared. So I was like, I emailed Jeranism like 4 years ago. And was like, what do you think about this? He's like, hey, it's great that you're doing all this research. So like, we need more people like you. And then I called the show like a few months after that, and I was on with like David Weiss, the other Junicorn, like that he's wearing the sweater.
That was a good stream.
I asked him about it, okay, and I asked him about it. I'm like, I punched in the numbers, and this is what I got. And 8 inches per mile, like results in all these 666s.
Yeah, dude,
with like
you
at
got that, dude. You got that.
1,000 feet. Right. So I'm like, but when I punch in the numbers, like, and I'm not a mathematician, and I don't, that sloping curve is hard to understand, but punch in the numbers, I get 6.8 inches with the numbers from Wikipedia. And they're just like, they shut me down. And I was like, flat Earth. Like at that point, I was like, that was nice. To just like not have a discussion about it. Like I put a lot of time into this, but whatever, I don't care. But I was like, flat Earth could be true and also be having those elements of bull crap in it for a different reason. And I never got to express that to any crowd for 5 years, 4 years. And here I'm telling it to Whitsitt, and I'm like, maybe somebody else can punch in the numbers and really like debunk 8 inches per mile, so that we don't have to have all these 666s everywhere, because it's like they want those in there. That was like, do you want that in there? Do you want to hear what I have to say about it not being that? Because it's just going to be a different number, but it's still fucking flat. I mean,
So what's the question? Why do you want to change their model?
Right, just forget their model.
Well, it comes from their model. Yeah, that's the answer, dude. Like it's using Pythagorean theorem, 7.98 inches per mile squared is accurate up to about 1,200 miles. There's no way to get an actual consistent rate of curvature because in their fairy tale model, it isn't a perfect sphere. But yeah, I mean, the 7.98 comes from their model, though. It's just only accurate up to about 1,200 miles.
Well, even if it's 7.98, then you don't get so many 666s.
Sure.
But they want
it's like
that's their
I know.
model.
I'm like, do you want the 666 so much to be clickbait, or do you want to just deal with whatever the real decimal is and number and just be right?
I mean, they take it out to the decimal point, I think.
They put 66 throughout anyway, bro. You got the 66.6 degree tilt, 66,600 miles per hour. That's why
there's plenty of sixes. We got plenty of sixes.
Nathan Thompson fucking just blew this away, dude.
Yeah, he had a really nice video on it.
It's unreal, dude. Like you can look at like every single planet or quote unquote planet, like in the whole heliocentric model, everything's 666. It's insane.
6 on 6, like the Earth's circumference in nautical miles is 21,160, which is 6 times 6 times 600. It's like that with the diameter of the moon. 6 times 6 times 6 is everywhere. Yeah, it's really crazy stuff. But it's just a Luciferian marker, I mean, they just made it up. It wasn't like it was difficult. They had they didn't have any confinement. It wasn't reality. They just got to literally make it up, so So whatever. I don't get into the number thing that much with the curvature rate, right? This is their model. We test their model. It's accurate to 1,200 miles. We don't even have to see beyond 1,200 miles to falsify it. It's 7.98 inches per mile squared using Pythagorean theorem. So, and the 3959 value. So I just rock with that. It doesn't really matter. I mean,
crazy how you do those numbers, dude. I could never do the numbers like that at all.
It's Kabbalistic dogma, basically. So when they see things using numbers, and they have these computations like 666 and all these different things, 72 and whatever else, they like to fit their prophecies and everything into that. So they like to make their math fit. You know what I mean?
That's why Donald Trump like pulls up the OK symbol, the 666 symbol every time he's talking. You know, it's like it's so obvious, guys.
I saw this thing from a Mason actually.
Like I feel like if there's enough 666s out there to expose, you don't have to lean on taking something towards it if it's not it. You know,
no, I get what you're saying. You're saying,
what is it? Can you tell me your name, brother? Like
Quintessence.
Yeah, no, I really actually want to hear what you were saying, man. Like,
well, I saw this video, and this guy is he's like a way high. He's higher than the 33rd degree Mason because he invented this form of syntax that somehow makes him a special boy, even specialer than all those special boys. But either way, he was saying that he mentioned that the Masons have been enacting the Bible since the beginning of time, essentially.
Yeah.
Like they've been doing everything they can to make sure that those prophecies do come true because they think they can win or something, you know?
I think there's something going on there, you know? Like we're on a spiritual battle, guys.
Oh, 100%.
Spiritual freaking battle. Yeah.
Well, they want to fulfill the prophecies because they want to bring back their little leader. You have to put yourself in the shoes, dude.
They think they can win.
Yeah, there's a civilization that has been here before they want to bring back, and it's super advanced. It has all kinds of secrets. It has free energy. No one has poverty. It's under the promise of peace and prosperity. Everyone gets to run around and just have sex with everybody. There's just dinners going everywhere. You get to do whatever you want to, worship whatever god you want. And it's like real advanced society, and it has like this demigod that's over it, and he teaches you the secrets to become enlightened and become a god and stuff. So that's how they look at this. They look at it like an actual potential utopia of special boys, basically. And so
100%, bro.
It, you know?
Yep.
100%, man.
I have a whole song about a special boys. I do. It's a parody after Soldier Boy, and I'll show y'all later.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, I'm working on it. It's about halfway done.
Hit the special boy.
Yeah, special boy up in this globe.
Guys, next time I'll actually have like I feel bad that I don't even actually have like a video thing. Like my computer, my whole setup, like I don't actually have like a video feed.
You have an Android or iPhone? You should be able to, or I guess maybe StreamYard doesn't work on that.
Yeah, I'm on my computer right now.
You got a homestead, dude. Get a webcam.
I'll get a webcam. That's what I need to do. I'll get a webcam because actually I really would like my face to be on here with you guys. Vader Bear.
Think you can face us?
We chatted on my phone, so Vader Bear's seen my face, but in this setup,
so Vader Bear
can't have that. But
how did that go when you got banned by Owen? Like when you know, like how did that? And he came around. How did that banning go? Let's talk about your banning. I'm sure you're banned.
That was me who got banned.
Oh, quintessence. Quintessence.
Yeah,
tell it.
You got banned. Owen.
I actually kind of got banned. I guess I didn't get banned. I got silenced a whole bunch because he was really pushing like Easter, talking about it with like his kids and all that. And I was like, you know, Easter equals Ishtar, and it's like literally a whole thing about fertility, and that's why they have the rabbits and the eggs. It has nothing to do with the resurrection. And
I never commented.
And it takes over Passover, which is like fully about Yeshua. So yeah, it's another grabbled way for them to take money and to sell you pagan and instead of the actual biblical feast.
Yes, and because this is real, the real thing, just like how they couldn't fully grapple the Bible, they can't fully grapple the truth about Yeshua. They can't fully get rid of people that believe in Yeshua. They've tried to do that for thousands of years. They just keep coming back and keep coming back. That's why the Romans eventually absorbed them. So what they did with the pagan holidays was they created holidays where they would give this narrative to people that are stupid and won't research things. You're celebrating the resurrection of Jesus. They knew they wouldn't get rid of the people that claim to believe in Jesus, even if they're just going through the motion. So they had to give them pagan holidays or keep their pagan holidays, but create a story where it's like something to do with Jesus, as opposed to them going and looking into the real feasts and handle. So it's like it's a very tactical thing, dude.
100%.
Yeah, and
with the prophecy,
they would never devote that much energy to inverting things if the things that they're inverting weren't true to them. You know what I mean? Like, who would spend that much money?
And that much time, yeah, it just makes no sense.
I was gonna address the prophecy thing, because in their mind, like when we talk about the Antichrist and all that, in the mystery school philosophy, they have a much more ancient story of the stars. And in the story of the stars, this figure will come, they will hand over the power to him. And when they see the revelation from the Bible as a bastardization of an ancient philosophy and prophecy. So in their mind, it's more than just they think they'll win. In their mind, it's the true original prophecy, and the newer one is a bastardization. That's how they see it from there. Yeah.
And only the special boys know it.
And of course, that's like people wouldn't.
Absolutely.
That's how it was. That's in Babylon with Semiramis and all that. And, well, Semiramis in Greek, but they had the true story of the stars and all that.
Yeah, that's what they say. But yeah, that's why it works. That's why, I think a lot of people have this misunderstanding. It's like, they know the story, they know they lose at the end, and they still want to do it or something. It's like, no, they believe in a totally different story. They have a whole different plot line, but the story's the same. Ironically, it's just a different take on the same story.
Perspective.
Yeah. They don't believe Jesus was real.
Son of God.
They would witness miracles and deny them, and they were gifted to see them, and it's such an abandonation of just turning your back on the truth.
Didn't Jesus say
an abomination?
I could not believe the recurring theme of the Bible in the New Testament that the Jews were promised this thing, and then it comes and shows evidence, and they say, bleh.
Yeah. Jesus said in the Bible, "I'm here to let the blind see and show those who think they can see that they are blind." So I don't remember which gospel, but
Austin, have you ever read the letter from Baruch Levi to Karl Marx?
I don't think so.
He's basically saying that because they believe in a Moshiach, a Messiah, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's saying that the Jewish people as a whole will be the Messiah, basically, in this letter to Karl Marx, saying that they'll conquer. Basically, they'll conquer and put their foot on the neck of everybody, and that will be the Messiah. It will be them coming to fruition.
Have any of you read the complete Jewish Bible?
The which one?
The complete Jewish Bible.
Not the whole thing. I've read
it.
Okay,
mostly the introduction. Mostly the introduction. They're talking about just what you're talking about, Mr. Anderson. Freaking.
Yeah, they are.
He goes through in great detail and explains the difference between the Messiah and the Moshiach, and I recommend it. That's all.
Well, technically, that's what that word means, though, right? Moshiach means, but I see what you're saying. Maybe there's some, I don't know. I mean, they want a political figure to rise and rule the world, and then they get to rule the world underneath him, and then they get 70 goyim slaves apiece. So I don't know.
That's why they put up like all the obelisks all over the freaking world, man.
Oh my gosh!
Like that
on
one
top
thing
of
that
churches
you're
and
saying,
stuff,
you know?
like
Yeah, that's what they did.
They expect their one world order, their religion to be everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if pyramids start getting built again here soon, all over the world. And that's when you will.
Oh man, that's crazy.
I got the letter up right here. It's really short. It's 1879 from Baruch Levy to Karl Marx. He says the Jewish people as a whole will be its own Messiah. It will attain world dominion by dissolution of other races, by the abolition of frontiers, the annihilation of monarchy, and by the establishment of a world republic in which the Jews will everywhere exercise the privilege of citizenship. In this new world, under the children of Israel will furnish all the leaders without encountering opposition. The governments of the different peoples forming the world republic will fall without difficulty into the hands of the Jews. It will then be possible for the Jewish rulers to abolish private property and everywhere to make use of the resources of the state. Thus will the promise of the Talmud be fulfilled, in which it is said that when the messianic time is come, the Jews will have all the property of the whole world in their hands.
All mud.
Wow, that's
that's just
the plan, man.
lightweight, or that's lighthearted stuff.
That's a great reset, bro. Great
Reminds me of the Jesuit thing. The Jesuit
Messianic era, requires like that figure.
Let me go on record. I am not down with that at all. I got to get another drink because that could be part of that.
I'm not down with that at all either.
Well, I'm so glad you're not pro-genocide, man.
Thank goodness. I don't want your foot on my neck anyway.
Yeah.
That's one less person we have to bow and kiss their feet. We'll get there.
While he sits like a Fendi and eat or whatever that one dude's run rabbi. I got booted off Facebook for quoting that rabbi that said that.
Dude, that's the craziest part. If you just straight up say what a lot of them say, like you're anti-Semitic, it's like I can't even quote them.
That's the funniest thing, dude. I recently just got booted off Facebook too. Like just like speaking.
Man, I'm trying to get booted off Facebook. I swear to God.
I can't believe
they literally just kicked me off like a Christmas, dude. Christmas Day, dude. They fucking
that's the best Christmas present ever, right?
Yeah, they booted me off Facebook, man.
Dang, right at the end of Saturnalia Festival.
Oh man.
That's what I think the Nashville thing was like. Oh, we got to finish the Saturnalia Festival with a sacrifice. I don't know. I don't even know if people actually died. I don't even.
Got to go out with a bang.
Weird how it's broadcasting people to stand back too and doing a countdown.
Dude, it's like a movie. It's like The Purge or something. An RV says some lady's voice comes through the RV intercom talking about there's about to be a bomb. Like,
that's so weird.
Imagine that happening like all over the place. People would just lose their mind. They'd go crazy. You wouldn't even have to kill people.
Oh, hold on.
RV intercom.
I had a friend who apparently right around the same time we haven't heard from her, but she was in like an active shooting or something, and so I'm still wondering about that. I think that was here in Texas though, but still, like all this is happening right now.
Oh, really? That's recent?
Yeah, that was like 2 to 3 days ago. Something.
No kidding. Wow.
They were doing a lot of those before the virus, so-called, here in California, to the point where, and there was one in Santa Rosa when I was living there, but they're doing this spell where they make it active situation, and they make us think it's active for like 8 or 9 hours, and come to find out it was only like 5 minutes long. So it's like this cortisol spell where you're used to it being active, over and over again, like with that Gilroy person and all that. I don't want to say the wrong words and get the stream taken down.
That's all good.
Dude, Mr. Anderson, where are you in California?
Right now, I'm in Lake County. I was.
So you're like kind of mid California, like north a little bit.
Northern,
Lake
yeah.
County? That's pretty chill area. I was living in the San Francisco Bay Area for like years, and I'm like, the whole COVID thing came, and I'm like, I was working as a marine engineer, technician because
Dang.
you know I'm an
Smart
engineer.
man.
Yeah, and I was like,
It's awful.
right when the whole COVID thing came up, I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not doing this stuff. I'm going to Montana and I'm getting the fuck out. So I'm
San
just always
Francisco is a
curious.
connected area too.
San Francisco's fucked.
That's where the Bohemian Grove comes out of. Actually, is from San Francisco. And it's named San Francisco after Saint Francis.
Yeah.
The patron saint of the UN is Saint Francis because he's one of the
I wonder about all the saints because that's like a Catholic thing.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, are there?
That's why they signed the UN Charter in San Francisco as a ritual because it's Saint Francis, one of the ascended masters, and that's why they got you running the school system.
It's also like an extremely
There's actually
like
a couple different
busy
St. Francis.
city, and I'm like, fuck this, I'm out. And so like that's when I moved up here to Montana. So I'm like, fuck that.
I don't
No,
blame
you're not a big fan of
Mr.
the
Anderson.
Sodom and Gomorrah?
What was that?
Oh, you're not a big fan of the modern day Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah, I love Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, he's a sodomite. That's right. All right.
No, dude. Fuck
Mr.
that.
Anderson, I lived in Fresno. I lived in Fresno for about 1.5 years in Fresno.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I drove. Yeah. I know. Even when I moved there, they told me, all the people were like, "Why are you moving here? Fresno sucks." But anyway, I lived 1.5 years, and I went up to the redwood forest, and I saw all the trees, and I wanted to go to Bohemian Grove, but I didn't. But that's not really the point of the story. Is that I had a girlfriend there, and I was. Man, oh man, I was reading the news at that time, and California was allowing all the transgender bathroom stuff. And I was like,
that's why I started my channel.
Yeah.
That's what made me start my channel.
Horizon.
Really? I'll be right back,
was like
guys. I hope you're still here when I get back. But sorry to interrupt, but continue.
No, I was just doing this. It was like 20, just looking over the horizon and starting to send links and stuff to my friends. And I dated a girl, and she was this beautiful girl, and she's so perfect. And then like she was on 13 like mental medications.
Oh,
you know what I mean? And it was like everybody. I dated another girl after that who was on like 7 mental medications, and then she got pregnant while I was dating her with her old boyfriend. And I was like, "This is too ghetto for me." I'm dealing here in like middle class people, but they're doing all these ghetto type things, and I'm just like out of. I left California like in the middle of the night. 7 years ago, like knowing exactly what the hell was coming.
They're trying to burn this place down. I did a video called "The Occult Ritual of Burning Down California" because the Rothschilds are heavily involved with operating and owning PG&E, and the Paradise Fires, so-called, were absolutely a weapon beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Dude, I watched a video on that.
Positive.
I watched a video on that, and apparently the galvanized, anything galvanized was like still burning because
the aluminum wheels on the cars were, you know how like in Terminator 2 the dude melts? That's how it looked next to the cars.
Yeah. Anything galvanized is like that because it's made of magnesium and something else, and when that stuff goes, it goes. Yeah,
but a forest fire cannot get hot enough to melt glass like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I did a whole video on it because if you look up, there's a video where after 9/11 happened, where Donald Rumsfeld's being just roasted by this lady. Like this lady's going in on him because she's like, "How are you gonna?" Bush just went to the UN and did this speech about sex trafficking, but yet you have DynCorp, who has the active contract with the Pentagon to do their anthrax vaccine and another vaccine that they were making and selling. So they were allowed to continue their contract with the Pentagon while they got busted. The whole top down got busted for sex trafficking in another country and was allowed to keep that contract. That company, DynCorp, it was the one that was given the contract to control the fires in Northern California. Same company.
Wow.
Wow.
So
That's insane, man.
There's a whole lot behind the fire. Dude, it was a few years ago, the big ones. Everybody around me thought that those were just natural fires. Like I was just an idiot for, like, this is not natural, dude. The 52 fires started overnight.
And you don't have a straight line like where the fire stopped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's
Like the overpass going towards Vallejo, you got all concrete going way up, and you had the toll booths and all that. It was incinerated and melted, gone. There was no trees near there.
Right.
Like it's crazy.
What was crazy is a lot of the trees didn't even get burned. The houses did, and like the residential areas did, but the forests didn't technically really catch fire. Apparently, I don't know. I wasn't there. Like I said, I was just
the Paradise Fires. The forest is untouched, and the whole neighborhood is leveled. Every time I do a big thing on Facebook, it gets taken down on the Paradise Fires because all the houses and cars were literally gone, but everything else was standing. The telephone poles and the trees were untouched.
Yeah,
it's
wild.
It has a lot to do with the galvanized metals. I'm telling you.
And if you look at that 2015 Mount Shasta county, the county meeting they did or hearing they did, where they brought experts in, they brought experts of different fields, like physicists and scientists and engineers, and all these people came in to testify about the chemtrails, and they were talking about how they were taking readings of aluminum in the ground and everything that was like 10 times as much as it should be, and the aluminum that was going in the people through people's noses and destroying minds. But the one dude testified that they're using magnesium and aluminum, magnesium, and barium, which they are admittedly are using in those. And he said that the aluminum and the barium is exactly what they use in the thermite explosives.
That's what I'm saying. And
so why are they spraying basically thermite over the whole state? And then when it dries out, it goes up. Like, I know that was in the fire where someone called him and said, "Hey, my place is on fire. Get out of here. Go." And she walked outside, looked up on the mountain, and in one whoosh came from the top of the mountain all the way up to her house. Like, that's like gasoline fast.
Right.
Gasoline.
Yeah.
I feel like
and I've been saying that how, like, if they're spraying it, it has to come down somewhere, and then it's landing on the tops of these evergreen trees, and it's just waiting for that spark or that light or whatever, however it's getting lit. But yeah, it's
whenever they're ready for it to get lit.
Imagine, dude, I hate to be this guy and even put this out there in the world, but imagine if they pulled something off like that at the same time, scattered throughout, like the U.S., people would just panic, bro.
I'm glad I live in the country.
They did that for the whole West Coast this year.
Yeah.
Last year. And I also cited the articles and the documents and all that stuff where they created a lightning weapon or whatever. It was Lockheed Martin that contracted it. They created a lightning weapon, so-called. But you can't see it. Like, sometimes people will Photoshop a thing and show like a laser, and they'll be like, directed energy weapon. They'll show a laser. That's fake. That's Photoshop stuff. Because you can't see it. You can't see the.
Wow.
You say it's like a lightning weapon?
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting because lightning is such a fascinating phenomena, So hard to understand, to be honest.
You're talking about static electrics. That's what lightning is.
It's
the clouds being static electric.
Dude, I just got back into the static electricity. What's gravity?
There's some pretty crazy things with with all the different gods of all the different pantheons of the different religions, where they're always like holding some type of three-pronged weapon, and all of them are known to be able to like cause the throw. Like Zeus has
lightning.
One. Vishnu has one, like all these different gods have these similar power to create lightning to come from them. So it's
Wow.
very.
No, that's some
lightning god, and honestly, so was Yahweh.
What if they're just
Lightning.
recreating the technology that they're finding and then being like, look how fancy we are? You know what I mean?
No, Vader Bear, that's deep, man. That's actually
is.
really deep, bro. Like seriously.
They want to be like Zeus and Baal and all that.
Yeah, well, look at all they always name their stuff after that stuff. You know, Apollo. You know, Prometheus. Like all their things are like esoteric and and occultic in their nature.
Yeah, Thor is a big one, right? Like Thor is like the lightning god, like you know, in
He does have the hammer.
Zeus.
He's got the hammer. Yeah, Zeus. Yeah, Zeus. For sure.
Yeah, I wonder. There's a bunch of potential gravy here. I could speculate a little bit, I guess. You know, like if you look at the Germans back in the day, or even the CIA, they talk about how that if you you can channel certain things, and that they came up with a bunch of technology like that. So maybe these entities will say are guiding some of this technological advancement over the course of the time, and whenever they implement it, it's basically an imitation of some of the things that they can do, or that they have done, or that they plan on coming back and doing. I don't know. It could be something super deep where humans, like the humans that are carrying this stuff out, are being tricked too. You know what I mean?
Oh, man.
Sure,
It really could
like-
be something like that. I think they probably just kill the humans that are helping them. I don't think they're gonna raise them up. They're gonna like steal their freaking life force energy, most likely.
Dude, I think all of these mythologies.
Maybe they can't even do that. I don't know.
I think all these mythologies are definitely like tricking the human. Definitely tricking the human being, like taking them away from like Yeshua, taking them away from like God source energy. You know.
Yeah, and I mean they've successfully taken most of the world away from the truth about Yeshua with these stories, and they're just stories. Imagine if some type of figure seems to come, or some like something like that you can see happens, right?
Yeah. So you say they're stories, but see how I see it is a little different. I think that most of those things probably did happen. And how did the people of those days react? They're like, "Oh my God, it's a god!" Right?
Right.
How would people react today if all of a sudden these things showed up? They'd be like, "Oh my God, that's a god," because they haven't been diligent in strengthening their relationship and looking into the scripture that's warning about that stuff coming, right? And then what are they going to sell it as? Are they going to sell it as an alien being like, oh, all your religions are right, but they're all wrong. They were all saying it was supposed to be this one religion, right?
Yeah.
Like I could see
Yeah.
aliens doing it. I could see resurrected, Nimrod or some type of who knows? Who knows?
100%. Vader Bear, like I totally agree with you, man. Like, but like I think that there's truth to that, but then I think you're kind of saying the same thing, is that they're going to use these things that are true, like for the true like divinity of our existence, and then use them as like a shadow, to be like, oh yeah, well here it is, like look, this is what's happening right now, so you gotta like like bow down and worship this, which is actually the opposite of what it is, because that's what Satan does, man. Satan like just takes truth and then he like
inverts
or whatever it is, he inverts it, and because Satan can't he doesn't have a true creation of his own mind. He takes the creation of Yeshua, the case of creation of God, and then he inverts it.
Yeah, and tries to imitate. He can't create, can only imitate. Vader Bear, I agree with you, right? Like I agree with you 100%. Those stories happen. They've been told to us as mythos and fairy tales and stories, but they actually happened. And I mean, like people that now people think they're just stories, and they have all these different new age stories or ideas, and people are still so far away from Yeshua. Imagine when those stories happen again, right? Those people are not even going to be close.
Yeah. No, the
Yeah,
people
it's
that
being
deny
the
the
yeah,
book of
funny. Yeah, you articulate it way better than I do. Like
yeah,
Whitsitt gets
like
it.
if
Awesome.
they
Ian.
if they
Awesome.
Whitsitt gets it.
if they like all the churchians, all the people that read the Bible but won't accept Enoch, when that stuff comes, it's going to rock their faith
Reality.
so hard because
Yeah.
they're going to have to weigh up the science versus the Bible, and they cared more about the science, you know, like at least repeating it to
100%.
their friends than they did about the, you know, so even when it comes to like they're listening to their preacher talk, right? They cared more about looking on their phone and their feed than they even, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, it's crazy. It's gonna rock their world, and many hearts will wax cold because of it.
Yeah.
It's interesting how they call it a news feed.
Ah, dude. Oh my god, bro. Yeah. The feed. They feed you the news, man.
They feed on
And they call it a program too. Like programming.
Yeah, that
your
always
mind.
got me, man.
Yeah, when you watch channels, what are you channeling when you watch TV?
Channel.
Yeah,
Oh
channel,
my
right?
God.
Same thing with the money, right? Like currency, like the current, you know, and like it's just crazy, man. Like there's
Maritime
so many
terminology.
different things.
The
Anyway.
Book of Enoch.
And
The Book of
think
Enoch.
about. Oh, go ahead.
The Book of Enoch is like I'm laying in my bed and I'm listening to verse after verse, and this man, he's reading it, 'cause, you know, and it's like it's over and over again. It's the most soothing, peaceful, like message. The righteous will have.
Are you listening to it on YouTube? I was going to say, are you listening to it on YouTube?
BitChute or you? I think it was a BitChute thing.
Okay.
No, maybe I can't remember. But anyway, it's like just dumping you into the world of righteousness and the goodness that you feel when you're righteous to this square and that square or rectangle, and you're righteous to the person around you, and you're righteous to the person like within 6 feet or whatever, and it just keeps just letting you drink out of that fountain that is local love for the next person, and it just brings out and it's supposed to, or it does bring out the best in humanity, and you can't resist it. It's just love. It's love, you know, live a righteous life and be rewarded for it in the end. And it doesn't really even like worry about what the people are plotting on the other side. I mean, I guess it does, because it's about the angels that came down and they made with the humans and that kind of thing. But it's I guess it's our war. That are we born into a war that we're slaves to fight it. Not slaves in a bad way, but
there's been a war going on the whole time since the very beginning, my man. It's a huge spiritual war going on. We just live in but a small portion of it. It appears we may actually live in the end. I'm about to wrap it up. It's been
100%.
We're at 3:30. Anybody got Debater Bear? If you didn't lose your train of thought, you're about to say something. Anybody got something they want to throw
I forgot. You're 2 hours ahead of me. It's only 12 or 1 here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're on the
probably
West
like
Coast.
11 where you're at, Mr. Anderson.
I'm in between you guys, so what is it here? Like it's like 12:24 here.
1:24. I was gonna say last thing I'll say, but on my favorite version of the Book of Enoch that I found, and all the Apocrypha and all that, has been from the Sons of Jacob. It's a YouTube channel. They don't really have that many views, but the dude he reads it really well. Very smooth, very calm, very understandable. So if anybody wants to look at it.
Nice, brother. Thank you. Thanks, man.
Anybody else? What y'all got?
I just wanted to say real quick, or just to ask for your clarification on when you're talking about the Book of Enoch and all this other stuff being literal. not just the Book of Enoch, all the old scripture and stuff.
It's got the Address. It's got
As far as, because from the way I've always seen it was, there's myth and then there's history. When you're telling history doesn't have a lot of power behind it. You're just listing something that simply happened. Myth has infinite power because it has infinite usage. Like throughout the generations, you can continue. It's like carefully crafted so perfectly to have infinite value. And I've always seen it as, in a lot of cases, there was actual people that inspired it, but that the myth was mastered to provide value. So I feel like I'm kind of in between what you were saying about churchings and stuff, not taking anything literal, and you taking everything literal. I feel like I'm kind of in between that.
Okay, so just to clarify that, so when you say myth, I assume you mean like the general consistence of what the story is. So
I mean allegory.
Yeah, so to me, when I say that the Bible is literally true, to me, everywhere, everything you're reading is true and literal, unless it uses like or as, right? So when it says, the moon, the earth takes its shape like seal, as in clay unto a seal, right? So it's giving you a physical, literal description of what it looks like, but giving you something as a representative so you can picture it in your head, right? So all the other times, like for instance, when Moses was with the Israelites in in Egypt, right? Like he really did part the sea. It's not an allegory just saying, well, when things get tough, he'll still make a way through. Yes, that is a part of the literal history of it happening, and the Red Sea literally did split. But there's also and the reason why there's infinite value is because something like this. Literally in the beginning, Bereshit, if you go look at the Hebrew word and then look at each of the symbols that makes up the word Bereshit, you will have the entire story of the redemption of the from the beginning to the end in the word Bereshit, which means in beginning. Okay, so what the point of me saying that is you can take God's word as literal in a conversation. Obviously, when he's speaking to you in a parable, when he's trying to explain something artistically, like in Psalms, you know it's an artistic expression. You know it is. But when it's giving you truth, like how the world was constructed, what was constructed, that it was a day, if you don't take it as literal, then you have to take it as an interpretation. And how many interpretations are there? It's literally infinite. As many people there are is how many interpretations, if at least, right? So what I did is I started leaning on God when he says to keep these feasts always for all generations. I don't say, oh, well, he's just saying, in some way celebrate him, in some way give reverence and have holy days to God. No, he's saying literally do these things that I'm asking you. Don't, let God be true and every man made a liar. That's how I see it. And so once I did that, boom, Enoch, boom, feast, and then all these things, all these questions, all this confusion, all this doubt that I had just completely drifted away from me, and then I felt like I could actually have a one-on-one relationship with the creator, with Yeshua, and be able to actually grow instead of having in my mind like I'm a believer and then just kind of white knighting that thought, like that I believe in God, so I'm going to just say I believe in God and actually like prove it to myself. And then once that happened, it goes away from like believing God, and then God exists because it's a relationship, and then it moves on to like all this stuff just bolsters your faith. It just makes your faith get stronger. So it's like, oh, when he said this stuff, that's what he meant. And you can see all the things he's saying that was going to come to us, all the ways we were going to be treated, that was all spelt out, literally spelt out, So I hope that answers your question. And I'm still growing and I'm still learning, and I'll be the first to say if I find something that makes more sense or doesn't bring confusion to others, that I would jump, like, you know what I mean? Like I want to find the truth. That's what I'm after. So
Nice, Vader Bear. Nice, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, and basically my answer is pretty much the same. I used to be told all the doctrine of men, metaphorical, allegorical interpretations about everything. I was like, oh, y'all don't believe in your own book. What a joke. This is stupid. I'm out of here. This is a weirdo place. But then you find out, like, well, it said there were giants on the earth. Well, that literally is true. There were giants. There literally were giants.
Even when they told me that wasn't true, I was still like, but it says it in the Bible.
Yeah, and even outside of the Bible, right? I mean, you can easily go verify that you could be way bigger humans. And so how big they were, I can't make a claim to that, but there were bigger humans and everyone knew it. And so what you find out over the course of time is much of these things that seem so preposterous on their face, maybe to our carnal mind, that you would think they can't be literal, they turn out to be literal over and over and over, just like the earth itself. He's literally describing the earth. He's literally describing the giants and the civilizations, and literally Noah was the last one that wasn't corrupted, that didn't have flesh that was corrupted, literally. And once you start finding that out, especially with Enoch, like he brought up, which gives you all the context, you find out it's a crazy story. We're just in a small portion of this crazy story that's going on, and literal wild things happen. And like when he talks in parables, it was for the very tactical reason that he didn't want the religious Pharisees and Sadducees to understand what he's saying. He knew they wouldn't have the wisdom, the spiritual discernment to understand it. So he spoke in allegories on purpose, but it was more than obvious. Like when you really look at it, there's a distinction made, like he said, and when it's allegorical. Just like when it's like David looked at her eyes and they were like doves, like they were pretty. She had pretty eyes, But whenever it says like there were giants, it means there were giants. So I would say, I'm much more of a literal interpretation guy. But pray about it, like you said, because it's like the scriptures are layered with truth. There's probably allegorical meaning within the literal recollections, and just like when you'll never be able to fully understand it, dude. That's the crazy like. Genesis has the Enoch calendar freaking encoded in it, bro. Just like there's so many layers to the scriptures. That's why it tells us like the carnal mind will not fully understand it. You've got to seek understanding from God. So
and to top that off, it's like I think the best reason to start with it as literal is because then you'll have a strong foundation to trust God, right? To trust the Father that what He's telling you is true. And then once you do that, like it puts you on a better building block than most of the preachers did. They told you allegories. They would read one scripture and then tell you about all these life events that they had about this one scripture and how to be a good man, right? It had nothing to do with the context and the literalness of what they were reading. It was just that, catchphrase or that clickbait.
Yeah. So the last thing I want to say is, go ahead.
I'm just gonna back out and say thank you guys, so we can start getting this, so he can go to bed and chill.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much, Austin. Love you guys. See y'all next time.
Good night. Good night. I'll peace out too.
Yeah, I'm gonna peace out as well. But the last thing I want to say is that we're definitely living on a flat level stationary plane. God is real and He loves you, and that's the most important thing for us to recognize, and that's the most important thing for us to actually look deep down within inside ourselves, is that He is, and He loves you, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. I love you guys, man. I absolutely love you fucking guys.
Let me ask a practical question. Do any of you guys think it is worth going down to Washington, D.C. on December 5th or 6th to then respond to whatever the government does regarding the election and its fraud, allegedly. Does any
No.
do any
The government is mind control, brother. It's govern and meant to govern your mind, dude. Like don't put your faith, like what I
Well,
just
what
said,
are we?
put your
Well,
faith in God. Like
what
I
don't
would
put
say
your faith in
no.
the government.
I would say no to that. I would
Yeah,
go.
let
What would
that
be better
go,
than
dude.
that is go to your local business that's about to get shut down because they're letting people come in without masks or something, and rally around them and show them that they have your support. That to me, that would be a lot better than going to Washington D.C. and
But
LARPing.
would,
100%,
but
Mr.
even
Anderson.
with the internet and the optics and would 15 million or 20 million people, because we know that a lot of people that are not as woke as like us, like let's say us, they're baby woke or baby truthers, but they are good souls.
Diet woke.
Yeah, well,
Dude.
maybe,
But
maybe
what's the
diet woke
demand?
for now. Maybe diet woke for now, but potential to be fully woke. If I like stroke, it's like break my arm, patting myself on the back about being woke. But it's proved to be a lot of truth that was ignored by everything mainstream. But let's say 15 million or 10 million do show up, and I know it's for Trump, but Trump is the vehicle of our message. So is it worth it or is it not? Because Trump is part of the whole
He's not
thing.
the vehicle of my message.
It's not, because you have to have a
I'm just
demand.
saying, he's not the vehicle of my message, brother. All right, good night.
You have to have a goal and a demand.
Yeah, it's not.
Well,
And if your goal and demand is Trump, that sucks.
Well, yeah, I know, but it's been like imbroglioed with just the message of, because they've captured the whole thing with Trump. But then when he's in power, he hasn't done anything for that message. He hasn't attacked the censorship, and he hasn't. It's just a Twitter fest. But the rhetoric is really but is it worth going there and defending? Because we know,
Yeah, you're in power, brother. And you got to be in power with yourself, man. This is what we're talking about. You are the one in power, brother. And you're only in power if you connect with the divine creation of existence. You connect with the Yeshua. That's it.
I don't want to back out of the day-to-day fight.
Trump
but I
has
don't
no
want to
power.
back.
You gotta let that go.
I don't want to back out.
I want Biden to win.
Potentially
solve. But if Biden becomes president, you think Biden's now in power? No, let that go, man.
That'd be a lot better if Biden was in power.
It's an illusion, bro.
Trump lulls
I don't disagree with you, Mr. Anderson.
Trump wins. Al, I love you, bro. I gotta shut it down. It's been 3.
WitsitGetsIt.
Thank you, man. Thank you for answering and bringing us on.
Sorry if I'm getting all fucking intense, dude. But I'm like,
like 4 hours. Al, the chat. It's all good. I'll open the system. I'll open the phones up again in the future, but just detach from the system, bro. That's what the whole stream is about. It's the Luciferian system in its origin, and they're not here to help you, and that's all there is to it. Trump might be the freaking Antichrist, much less something we should care about if he wins. So don't get caught up in all of it. It's just, you should stand up for what's right or wrong. You shouldn't need a political party to represent being right or wrong, and that's my answer. And just, it's out of your control. Trust me, it's not in anyone's control other than the people writing the script, and really ultimately God. So that would be my take.
You're so much more humble than me, dude.
It's an honor, and hopefully we'll speak again. I love you.
Love you, dude. Later, bro.
I love you too, brother. Yeah.
All right, later, bro. Love.
All right, much love, Austin.
All right, we got back. That was cool, 4-hour stream. Cool people though. We got a bunch of legends on this stream. I'm gonna cover the super chats, and then I'm gonna do a really fast overview, and we're gonna get out of here. Seriously, whose man is this Al guy? Homie sloppy, but I'm called to love my brother regardless. He's cool, man. Infinity split to 456. Thank you for the $10 super chat, my man. It's much appreciated. Steve and me with the $10 super chat. Always helping out. Much appreciated, bro. Thank you very much. You're a legend. And Michael Lyon, none other than God is real and he loves you. This is indeed true. Yes, he does. And I would encourage you to get right with Yeshua, even though you may think it's not cool or whatever. Thank you for the support, as always, Michael Lyon. All right, so in conclusion, really simply, I was just letting everyone know what we all pretty much already know. America is Luciferian in its origin. Basically, everything's inverted. The Statue of Liberty is about Helios. It's about Apollo, Apollyon, which is, of course, the names attributed to the final Antichrist figure. And that's the icon, a giant statue for freedom in America. What is freedom? What is America? The etymology of America is the work ruler. Okay, so you're the president, which just means sitting before. So if you're the president of the U.S., you're sitting before the work ruler. The work ruler is Lucifer, Satan, whatever you choose to call it, right? It is their Luciferian Gnostic belief system and their deified positions within. And this goes all the way in every single aspect of what's a governor, what is Congress, what is a court system, what's a judge, who's the real judge? It's God. Supreme Courts. The Supreme Court is mocking the divine council in the heavens. Every single aspect of the way that America was set up and engineered was very meticulously crafted to fulfill Luciferian doctrine and agenda in the future, ultimately to bring about Osiris. Fast forward to now, 2020, we have the reemergence or resurgence of the idea of patriotism rallying around America. Make America great again. Again, America, work ruler. Who is that? That's Nimrod, Osiris. Make Nimrod great again. Make Apollo, make Gilgamesh, make Osiris great again. MAGA, the top level of priesthood, of satanic priesthood, literally the fifth degree, the top level. This is just the resurgence of it, where they're doubling down on it because they want people to be really patriotic during the time in which they try to bring about this ruler. That people will worship the image of the beast, and then one of the beasts that are being described is, of course, obviously America. And so people do worship this image and the image of America, even people on both sides. Best country in the world, blah, 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 blah. And then we get into the fact like the Apotheosis of Washington, which is literally meaning like coming into godhood of Washington. And people say that he was a Christian and there's pains of him praying, but numerous people around him wrote they never saw him ever pray one time. He was a creepy grabbler. He couldn't even be around communion. You have to leave, stopped even going. He was just a Gnostic Luciferian Mason, as they all were. And now we have our entire country flooded with statues, et cetera, et cetera. And in this apotheosis of Washington, which again means like the statehood of God, becoming in like a godlike state. So Washington becoming a god is what it means. It's in a dome, which again, of course, dome is representing the firmament. That's why they're everywhere all throughout Washington, D.C. And then he's painted on top of it with all kinds of the council of Baal or Bel, right? So, you know, the Romans gods, the polytheistic gods are all around him. The council of Bel is where he goes. And then he does as above, so below in the freaking picture. And people want to act like somehow he's a Christian. This is who they call the first president. So the first one to sit before the work ruler. That's all it is. And you want to know why you don't elect your president? Well, because he's working for the work ruler, and that's Lucifer. So every single aspect of America was engineered to fulfill Luciferian doctrine. You have statues all over America. You know what we're told? Which one of these statues are Christian? None of them. We're told to have no graven images. None, right? So that means none. That's what it means. And so the whole entire area of Washington, D.C. is flooded with nothing but statues and engraven images of humans that were actually Luciferians. So you have like, Abraham Lincoln. You even have Albert Pike, the creepiest little 33rd degree Mason in modern history, right? And he's the only Confederate soldier with a statue outside. What's so important about this guy? Oh, because he was a high-level Mason that wrote Morals and Dogma, one of the most infamous grab-load pieces of literature to ever exist. So very simply, everything down to the very road design of Washington, D.C. was built for a reason. Of course, we know that the Pentagon is, in fact, a Jesuit star room or war room. It's a Jesuit war room. That's how they're built. That's what the Pentagon is. It's a war room for the Jesuit order. What is the Jesuit order? Society of Jesus. Who is Jesus? Well, we know what we mean when we say Jesus. His name was actually Yeshua, and they are comfortable saying the word and Christ because it's the title, Jesus Christ, because the suffix tracks back to Zeus when they took the true story of Yeshua, then inverted it into Roman pagan practices. to create a uniform ideology or monolith of control over the society, etc., because they couldn't get rid of the quote-unquote Christians, which is another word that they made up. So when you start to look at it, the Society of Jesus, the Jesuit order, okay, we have this Jesuits war room, which is the Pentagon. Every single aspect of the United States, every single aspect of its infrastructure, all of it has been crafted with a deep Gnostic underlining meaning. None of this is just random happenstance. You don't need a constitution. What's the Declaration of Independence? It's symbolic of declaring independence from the order of God. We don't need God. So when they want to bring back Nimrod, make Nimrod great again, then they're going to intertwine with the idea of this country itself, which is, again, America, right? Work ruler. It's actually set aside for the rise of Osiris. And that's what this is all about. And so there you go. There's the recap. Watch out. Watch out for the little Luciferian tricks. Every single aspect of it's a trick. You have a giant tranny holding up a freaking flame, which is symbolic of Prometheus bringing fire to humans, the little Luciferian flame of a tranny, and it's a huge statue that represents the icon of freedom in America. If people are like, what? If you had to pick one thing that represents America, what would it be? Oh, it's the Statue of Liberty. It's like what represents this country, and it's literally a Luciferian doctrine, a shout to Apollo and Helios, and it's the idea of the Baphomet as above, so below. And then, of course, you look at the Washington Monument, 6,666 inches and 666 inches, and then it's as above, so below, inverted on the water. And my boy, Mr. Anderson, brought in some more gravy about that. The idea of Isis Osiris is where you get the moon reflecting the sun because they're intertwined. Yeah, it's just crazy. Everything was built up very intricately, and there's more going on than you think here. Now, tie this into the presidents. Each one of them has a role. Presidents are not elected, they're selected. Everyone wonder what's a president? We are not elected. It means that they selected it. Watch out for their rhetoric. I wonder who the elect is then. I wonder what an election is. So they're mocking the elect because God has an elect. And the deception will be so great that if it were possible, even the elect would be deceived. Because there is an elect in the sight of God, they've inverted that. That's why they call it elect. They're telling you to elect them. You're electing fellow men, right? It's all just blasphemy over the order of God. Wonder what an election is. Wonder who the elect is then. You're electing. You're casting votes. You cast spells. What's a president? When you look at the etymology of all the words in the Supreme Court, mocking the divine council, and it's in this entire country, representations of its freedom and in the country itself is nothing but idolatry. Literal idolatry. Literal idolatry. Statues and engraven images all across the country. If you think it's just a coincidence, you've lost your mind. What happened throughout all the Old Testament, what constantly happens throughout the Bible, Israel strays away from God, goes and worships idols, goes and worship idols, go and worship idols. So if that's what happens always is they build idols, they go worship, and the God has to punish them. Now look, fast forward to America. How do you think that somehow you're different from all those past civilizations? You're worse. We're just I don't know that we're more advanced, so I can't really say that. We probably aren't, right? But you're worse. America's terrible. There's literally from coast to coast, there's engraven images worshiping the mark of the image of the beast, which is America itself. That is the image of the beast. Your little American flags, your little eagles, your little put my hand on my heart and swear an oath and pledge an allegiance to the beast. I'm going to pledge allegiance to the flag, also known as the image of the beast, prophesied thousands of years ago. You're going to pledge an allegiance and worship the mark of the beast, and you're going to brainwash children into saying this at a young age. What do you think exactly that you're doing when you put your hand on your heart and you pledge an oath to the beast, the image of the beast? Everything that we've been taught and ingrained to do was very intricate, very meticulous. They're trying to break you away from God. They're trying to make you eternally devote to the wrong side. So there's my closing. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We got, I think Nathan and I are going to take out after about the 15th or so this month. I got to get finances in order, but I've kind of already decided I'm going to step out in faith, and I feel like God will provide for me. I know I'm doing what I feel is right and where I feel like He's leading me to do, which is to go out into the world and tell people the truth. So I'm just going to step out in faith and see how it works. I'm tied down to bills here, but it's all going to be good. Let me release not the demons. That would be wild. Release the lemons over here. I almost said release the demons. That's what they want to do, though. That's for sure. And so I'll keep y'all updated on that. I got a bunch of things I'd have to get, right? I need just little, whatever, like a portable charger and like a backpack and a bag and clothes, like certain jackets, whatever. So I have to spend some money before, make sure we get my bills taken care of and all that. But I do expect to be taking off here soon, so should be a lot of interesting content coming up because it's gonna be wild. There's no telling. We're gonna document, no telling what's gonna happen, and we'll just go check it out. Should be cool. Thanks for all of the support in Dlive. I think the lemons. Yeah, we got the lemons out. Yeah. Shout out to Philosopher. I don't know if I should say it as Silosopher, Silosopher, Philosopher. For all the gifted subs. I saw you, bro. Gifted subs left and right, man. You are the man. Thank you very much. Shout out to all the subs on Dlive. And shout out to everybody kicking it with us. We had almost 200 for most of the night. Shout out to all the legends that came and chatted with us. Sorry for 4-hour stream, but I guess I made it up to you guys since last night. I only hit you for like 45 minutes before I almost fell asleep on camera. Yeah, been cool, been real, been cool, been real cool, or whatever. You know, unplug from the beast system before it's too late. They're going to coax everyone into plugging into it. Just unplug from the box, unplug from the beast system. Just unplug from the beast system. It's no big deal. It's way better when you do. And there you go. So you can speak truth unequivocally. And weak-minded people will always team together via mob mentality and attack the strong people. And just take pride in that. There's no big deal. Thanks for having me on, brother. Hopefully another one. No problem. And yeah, dude, I'll let you come on whenever, bro. Whoever wants to jump on, I'll open the lines up more often. And thank you for the support and the super chat, my man. All right. That's about it. Links in the description if you want to support. Cash App, PayPal, best way because they don't take the money or whatever. You know. And then P.O. Box in the description, all that extra stuff. And yeah, I don't know of any like plans in the very near future to tell y'all about. I'll let you know. I'll stream tomorrow. Don't know what the stream's going to be about. Hopefully y'all enjoyed. Shout out to all the Dlive legends again. Oh, we're going to do a Dlive stream only. Maybe like, yeah, tomorrow. Dang, I put this off it's the 28th and we have to get to 1,000 subs by the 31st. So yeah, we're doing Dlive only probably like the next couple days. I'll start on YouTube and then just switch it over to Dlive only. So we can get up to 1,000 followers. But shout out to everyone that's followed. Shout out to all the subs. Shout out to all the Patreons, which we'll shout them out right here. And that's about it. Housekeeping done. Thanks for everything. If I missed anything that anyone sent to me, I'll make sure I get you on the next stream. And just chill out with the whole worshiping America. You're basically worshiping the image of the beast. Donald Trump. Abaddon is the name of the Antichrist. Donald Trump, which is a little horn, is the literal name for a little horn, and that's the name of the Antichrist. Donald Trump. Watch out for the leader of America, which means work ruler, sitting before the work ruler, 13 colonies, because the 13 pieces of Nimrod, because they didn't find the 14th piece being his penis, but no big deal. We'll imitate that by building a giant Washington monument to represent his penis, and then we'll just build statues everywhere, clear Luciferian doctrine, shout out to Osiris and Nimrod throughout all the etymology of all the words in the very infrastructure of the United States. All throughout it, you make America great again, make America great again. You are saying make Nimrod great again, make Osiris great again. Watch out for some of the traditions that you hold dear, and certainly watch out for being caught up in some emotional trick to where you're defending idolatry, because that's not a side of the fence that I want to be on. That's not a sword I'm going to fall under. Going out and adamantly defending idolatry, claiming to be a Christian, you're defending the idolatry of men, graven images and statues of men not being taken down. Rip them down, dude. Who cares? Like, what do you think Yeshua would have done? You think Yeshua would have been like fighting people and arguing about don't rip down the idolatrous statues? Like, you people are wild. But anyway, yeah, so you can speak truth unequivocally, like I always say. People are always going to team together and attack you. I'll catch up with y'all tomorrow, and don't know what the stream will be about, but yeah, it'll be some gravy. So I'll catch up with y'all later. Peace.
Now you forceful grip. They forcing misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature to mean extorted it. They forging it. If news ain't good, informants who informing them. There's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we port in ships, important gifts. Of course it is what extortion is, in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder is it real?